Chapter 4070. He was 7,000 years old this year and had been studying formations for 6,000 years. His attainments in array formations were far greater than his cultivation. Even in the Thousand Demon City, he was a famous array master. Some Saint Venerables would bring him along when they wanted to crack formations. After he came to Clear Moon Lake, he was shocked. The formations in Mirror Moon Lake were too difficult. He was the only one who could crack them. He believed that no one else could do it. However, the kid in front of him had not only cracked them, but was also several times faster than him. He couldn't even keep up. His mind went blank. Impossible. Great Master, Spirit, Turtle trembled. Was there really such a genius in formations in the world? But wasn't this too heaven-defying? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. His eyes reddened. He was also cracking the formations quickly. He couldn't let this kid beat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to stay here. The surrounding people were also stunned, especially Yu Quan and Emoshio. They had never seen Lin Xian's speed in breaking through a city so quickly. No wonder he could keep ahead of them. This kid had to be killed. He was a big problem in their hearts. Perhaps the Green Mountain Realm was a good opportunity. The two of them looked at each other. They both had their own ideas. They didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited quietly. They would wait until their opponent opened the last palace and lost his value. Then they would kill him. Lin Xian used an hour to crack his half of the formation. Great Master Spirit Turtle used 1 day and 1 night. Great Master Spirit Turtle's eyes were red like a rabbit's. He was going crazy with jealousy. Murong Qingqing and the others were also surprised. Great Master Spirit Turtle was much slower than Lin Xian. However, they had to admit that his attainments in formations were very strong. No wonder he could lead Yu Quan and Emoshio here. Buzz! When Great Master Spirit Turtle's last rune was formed, the formation was finally cracked. The gates of the palace slowly opened. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone's hearts were also stirred up. However, they didn't enter rashly. Lin Xian glanced at Great Master Spirit Turtle and found that Great Master Spirit Turtle was on full alert. He chuckled and took a step forward. Let's go in too. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Yu Quan and the others quickly rushed in. There was nothing else inside except for the crystal coffin. The item should be in the crystal coffin. Their eyes turned red. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in another location. As for him, his face darkened. Yu Quan, you dare to attack me? Yu Quan sneered, and the desolation sword in his hand disappeared. However, can you still escape? Today is the day you die. That's right. I think it's better for you to stay here. Emoshio also walked out, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Qing Shanyu and the others were completely stunned. These were two geniuses on the pilgrim roll. Would Lin Xian and the others be able to resist the two of them? Lin Xian didn't care at all. In any case, even Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were laughing. What are you laughing at? Emoshio frowned. Could it be that you guys think that the three of you combined would be able to contend against the two of us? They didn't believe it. All three of them were geniuses, but they were only early minor saint experts. Although they could fight against intermediate minor saint experts, they couldn't do anything about it. Although they could fight minor saints, they couldn't resist the three of them. They were confident that one of them would be able to kill all three of them. Initially, they wanted to get the treasure first before attacking the three of you. However, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll deal with you first. Lin Xian's eyes shone with cold, killing intent. He looked at Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu and said, Leave Yu Quan to me. Leave Emoshio to me. Murong Qingqing walked out. Li Hongxiu shrugged and said, Leave Great Master Spirit Turtle to me. In an instant, the three of them had decided on their opponents. Great Master Spirit Turtle and the other two were so angry that they vomited blood. That little kid didn't put them in his eyes at all. Good, good, good. This old man wants to see how arrogant you are. Great Master Spirit Turtle was exasperated. Although his cultivation base wasn't the strongest, he was still a mid-minor saint expert. Moreover, he had lived for 7,000 years. How could he lose to a few youngsters? Immediately he cast out a formation. Li Hongxiu harumphed coldly and said, "Your opponent is me." She waved her hand and slapped at the void. The great hall trembled immediately, and a terrifying water column shot out. It blocked Great Master Spirit Turtle's formation. Then many water dragons appeared and surrounded Great Master Spirit Turtle. Damn it! It's a formation, an extremely terrifying one. These people were stunned. At this moment, Murong Qingqing also made his move. Another terrifying aura filled the air. 9 water dragons surrounded Mo Xiu. The power of the formation erupted once again. Mo Xiu roared and resisted with all his strength. The others retreated frantically. They were pushed to a corner, their bodies trembling. Only Yu Quan and Lin Xian were left standing in front of them. Yu Quan's face became extremely unsightly when he saw this scene. To be honest, they didn't take the other party seriously at all. However, the other party had trapped 2 experts on their side in an instant. Damn it, the other party knows how to use the formation here? How is that possible? Combined with Lin Xian's previous speed of breaking the formation, could it be that the other party could really control this place? But that shouldn't be the case. How did the other party do it? Did he get the information from Green Bamboo? He was about to go crazy. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He stomped his foot, and 9 water dragons appeared under his feet. The formation of the palace appeared again and attacked. Indeed, according to the information on the map, he could break the formation here. Of course, he could use the formation here. The water dragon formation shrouded Yu Quan. Yu Quan roared, but he was still shrouded in an instant. Damn it! It seemed like Yu Quan was in danger. Terrifying laws were erupting from inside. However, he couldn't rush out at all. "Kid, let's fight one-on-one if you have the guts." On the other side, Mo Xiu and Grandmaster Spirit Turtle also roared angrily. However, Lin Xian sneered coldly. 3 idiots! I don't have time to waste here with you. Attack! He ignored Yu Quan and the other 2. Instead, he came to the front of the crystal coffin with Murong Qingqing and the other 2. He could fight one-on-one with the other party. However, he had to get the treasure first. The crystal coffin shone mysteriously. The eyes of Lin Xian and the other 2 flickered. If other people tried to break the formation, they would die 5 times because there were 5 traps in the coffin. A single mistake could kill a late minor saint. Moreover, these traps were hidden very deeply. Perhaps even Grandmaster Spirit Turtle couldn't break them all. However, it wasn't a problem for them at all. They had the map, so it was a piece of cake for them to break the 5 traps. Chapter 4071. Therefore, it didn't take long for the 3 of them to work together and open the crystal coffin. When the crystal coffin was opened, a dazzling light and a terrifying message came from inside. Qing Shan and the others couldn't bear it at all and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also said to retreat quickly. The others, Grand Huangfu, and the people of Acheron Palace also retreated frantically. They all retreated to the outside of the palace and watched anxiously. Inside the palace, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and Master Spirit Turtle screamed, "Damn snake, you actually opened the crystal coffin. What a terrifying aura. What's inside?" They scratched their heads anxiously. However, they were now shrouded in a formation since ancient times. They couldn't even protect themselves now, not to mention snatching so many treasures. Lin Xian and the other 2 widened their eyes. What a terrifying aura. If they could absorb it, their strength would increase greatly. It was a kind of spiritual liquid that shone brightly. What was it? However, just by looking at the power it contained, one could tell that it was an incredible treasure. Half of the crystal coffin was filled with this liquid. Lin Xian and the other two took a deep breath and went in. The three of them went in directly, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb crazily. Roar! Golden light bloomed on Lin Xian's body, and a black qilin appeared, making a loud qilin sound. It was shocking. At the same time, a dragon's roar came from his body, shaking the 9 heavens. On the other side, a 7-colored phoenix appeared on Morong Qingqing's body. The phoenix's roar also echoed between heaven and earth. Li Hongxiu was also extraordinary. As the daughter of the Sage King, she had a bloodline. She was also a Sage King. Many strange petals appeared on her body. They were all condensed by the laws. The three of them began to crazily absorb the mysterious liquid inside. Damn kid! How dare you touch the treasure? I'm not done with you. When I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. Inside, Yu Quan and Mo Xiao roared crazily. Master Spirit Turtle roared angrily. Kid, when I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. However, it was useless. No matter how they roared, there was no response. Just like that, 5 days passed. Master Spirit Turtle's formation gradually became chaotic. From the looks of it, he was actually about to break out of the seal. Seeing this, Li Hongxiu opened her eyes and walked out of the crystal hull. He activated the formation again. Immediately, the 9 sea dragons rushed over. Inside, the great Master Spirit Turtle was furious. Damn it, he originally thought that he would be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that the other party would actually add another layer of formation to him? He had to start all over again. As expected, after another 2 days, the Serene Fist and Mo Xiu's formation became weaker. It was about to break open. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also formed another layer of formation. This continued for 3 times. After about a month, the liquid in the crystal coffin had become very little. When it finally disappeared, the 3 of them opened their eyes and roared at the sky. That's great! I've become stronger, and my cultivation has also improved. Intermediate Minor Saint was not far away. The 3 of them were overjoyed. One should know that it hadn't been long since they broke through to the Little Saint realm. Now, there were signs of a breakthrough. Of course, under normal circumstances, this was impossible. They had obtained a lot of treasures in the Green Mountain world to reach this step. In the outside world, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Lin Xian felt the powerful force in his body, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. The next moment, he looked ahead. Yu Quan, didn't you want to fight me one-on-one? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he walked forward. The 9 sea dragons rushed quickly and disappeared from Yu Quan's body. Then they shrouded the surroundings, forming an independent space. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Yu Quan pounced on him in an instant. Lin Xian used the void escape and dodged in an instant. He came to the other side. You've broken the formation for so many days. The power of the law in your body must not be at its peak. I won't bully you. I'll give you half a day to recover to your peak. Then, I'll fight you with all my strength. Lin Xian now had great confidence in himself. Therefore, he wanted to have a peak duel with his opponent. The surrounding people gasped when they saw this. Is Lin Wuti going to fight Yu Quan? Oh God, is he finally going to make it to the pilgrim list? Good boy, you're confident and arrogant enough. Good. Yu Quan did not hold back. Breaking the formation had indeed consumed a lot of his energy. He wanted to recover to his peak, and then use the cruelest means to kill Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti dared to snatch the treasure he wanted in front of him. He was courting death. From now on, Lin Wuti's name would be removed from the list. He took out all kinds of natural treasures and spiritual pills from his storage ring and swallowed them. In less than half a day, his cultivation base had reached its peak. All right, boy, tell me, how do you want to die? Yu Quan stood up, and a hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was an expert on the pilgrim list, an existence that countless people looked up to. Today, killing a young junior in the early stage of the small saint realm was as easy as blowing off dust. The law of desolation spread out from his body, forming a desolate blade that he held in his hand. As the blade slashed across, the void shattered, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian crossed his arms, and the Tai Chi diagram condensed in his hands, and he waved it forward. Boom. The ground shook, and the entire bottom of the lake rolled violently. The people outside were sent flying by the force, and they vomited blood. Their faces were filled with horror. Oh God, are they really fighting? They could not see clearly because there were 9 sea dragons in front of them, forming a formation that enveloped everything. However, they saw red light emerging from the gaps of the formation, and it looked like fresh blood. Oh God, has the outcome been decided? Has Lin Wudi been killed? No way is the gap between them that big. Has he been killed in one move? As expected of someone on the pilgrim list. In their opinion, Lin Xian might have been injured or even killed after one move. However, soon someone frowned. It was a powerful beast saint. His face was gloomy. No, there were still 2 figures in the formation, and there was no smell of blood. It was not blood, but murderous intent. A murderous intent that was as monstrous as a sea of blood. Sure enough, it was powerful. Yu Quan's desolate blade had red law pulsating on it. It was the law of blood. Once this law was activated, it would be stained with blood, and it would be indestructible. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The law of death in his left hand and the law of sun in his right hand formed a Tai Chi diagram, blocking the opponent's blade. His expression was solemn. He had to admit that although Yu Quan was only an intermediate small saint, his strength was too strong. This was definitely the strength of a late small saint. Only Lin Xian was able to withstand it. If it was someone else, even an intermediate minor saint expert, they would have been killed instantly. Chapter 4072. However, Lin Xian still managed to block such a terrifying attack. His Tai Chi diagram kept spinning. Yin and Yang sword Qi burst out from it, as if they had turned into divine swords, sweeping across the heaven and earth. These Yin and Yang swords were all aimed at Yu Quan. Moreover, there was a dragon roar in the sword Qi, which made one's soul tremble. The people outside the main hall were stunned. This terrifying sword Qi must be Lin Wudi's. This Lin Wudi was really powerful. He could already display such combat strength at his current cultivation level. Buzz. Yu Quan's face turned gloomy. Did Lin Wudi really have the strength to contend with him now? Damn it. Lin Wudi didn't have such strength a month ago. However, he had improved so much after eating the treasure in the crystal coffin. This made him go crazy with jealousy. That was originally his. If he got it, he might be able to break through to the late little saint realm. However, it was snatched away by Lin Wudi. How could he tolerate this? Brat, I'm going to drain your blood in a bit and refine it into a divine pill. Then I'll consume it. You can go to hell for me. He kept waving his desolate blade. Both of them clashed fiercely. Every clash felt like the end of the world. Hong hong hong. The people outside the palace had retreated far away. They didn't dare to get close. Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu had also retreated far away, using a formation to protect themselves. On the other side, Mo Xiu and Grandmaster Spirit Turtle were also anxious. What was going on? How could the 2 of them fight for so long? Was Lin Wudi and the other 2 fighting Yu Quan? That shouldn't be the case. How did the strength of these 3 people increase so much? They were all crazy. Lin Xian's arm was numb. He had to admit that Yu Quan was really too powerful. No wonder he could be ranked on the pilgrim list, surpassing many little saints. Indeed, he had his own unique points. His divine body was actually trembling from the beating. However, he thought that Yuquan wouldn't feel good. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Yuquan looked fine on the surface, but his blood and qi were rolling in his body. He even wanted to vomit blood a few times. Ah, damn it. Judging from his physique, was he really an early minor saint? Even an ordinary late little saint wouldn't have such combat strength. Brat, it seems like your physique is really capable of contending against mine. But so what? Next, I won't let you have your way. He retreated. He was not willing to engage in close combat with the other party. He wanted to increase the distance between them and use his powerful cultivation base and divine abilities to kill the other party. Boom! Do you want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He directly struck out the Tai Chi diagram, as if it had fused with the Tai Chi diagram. The desolate saber collided fiercely with the other party's desolate saber. After that strike, Lin Xian retreated. Blood flowed from his palm. His opponent's desolate saber was very powerful. It even injured his body. However, the other party didn't have it easy either. Sure enough, a crack appeared on Yuquan's palm, and even his bones were exposed. He couldn't hold on to the saber in his hand and almost dropped it. Not only that, his entire arm was numb. Damn it, what terrifying power! Yuquan clenched his teeth. The people around him sighed in admiration. Too powerful. He could actually contend against Yuquan. This kid was really too ridiculous. Even Li Hongxie was amazed. To them, the people on the pilgrim list were an insurmountable mountain. However, Lin Xian was able to challenge such an existence. It was like a dream to them. Murong Qingqing, who was next to them, frowned. She was very worried because Yuquan was more powerful than she had imagined. Next, the two of them attacked again. Yuquan distanced himself from the other party and used his powerful divine abilities and terrifying cultivation base to suppress his opponent. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Lin Xian was not afraid of using divine abilities either. He used all kinds of divine abilities of his opponent. After all, the power of the great dragon sword soul was not to be underestimated. In the end, Lin Xian used the void escape and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuquan. The death demonic saber in his hand slashed at Yuquan's arm. It seemed that he was going to kill him. Yuquan's pupils constricted. How dare you! He roared angrily, and an unparalleled, desolate power erupted from his body. A set of desolate battle armor instantly interweaved and covered his body. With a clang, he was sent flying and spat out blood. However, the desolate battle armor on his body did not shatter. What a tough armor! Lin Xian was surprised. Did his opponent still have such a technique? It was no weaker than his divine body. No, it shouldn't be maintained for a long time. He guessed that his opponent would have used it as soon as he came. Sure enough, the desolate battle armor slowly disappeared and turned into laws again. Yuquan's expression was extremely ugly. He was injured. He was actually injured by his opponent and even spat out blood. He could not bear it. Ah! He roared at the sky, and his black hair fluttered. The desolate law on his body was even more unparalleled. It was as if a primordial god had been resurrected. He was completely furious. He activated the desolate sword and slashed in all directions. He wanted to completely destroy the Tai Chi diagram. One terrifying aura after another flew out of the array formation. An entire hall shook violently. Fortunately, the array formation there was terrifying. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. However, even with that being the case, that aura was still very frightening. It was the great desolate sky destroyer slash. It was the ultimate technique of the great desolate mansion. It seemed that Yuquan was really angry. The people of the Akron Hall were horrified. The people of the great desolate mansion clenched their fists. Great! Young master, kill him. Kill Lin Wudi. Lin Xian suffered a great impact. Desolate sky destroyer slash. His physique had suffered tens of millions of collisions, causing the blood in his body to churn. He felt a sweetness in his throat and could not help but vomit blood. However, he forcibly suppressed it. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Kill! After the Tai Chi diagram, the sword law also burst out. At the same time, a loud dragon roar sounded. It was as if he had turned into a giant dragon and merged with the Tai Chi diagram. Then he rushed forward. The sabers of desolation were shattered into pieces wherever they passed. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled again. A terrifying sword Dao aura spread out. Its power was no weaker than the desolate sword from before. Damn it, this kid still has a trump card. The people of the Akron Hall were horrified. The people of the great, desolate mansion exclaimed, "Young master!" They were very worried. Boom! 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 The two of them fought fiercely. Yu Quan was sent flying again. Lin Xian's sword chi was too terrifying. He could only summon the desolate battle armor again. However, he was sent flying again and vomited blood. Lin Xian was not in a good condition either. Although he had sent the desolate sword flying, the power of the explosion still hit him. This caused some cracks to appear on his body. However, he did not care. His physique recovered very quickly. The 5 elemental laws had all been converted into the wood law, providing him with strong vitality. Those cracks quickly disappeared, although his body was stained with blood. However, his eyes shone even brighter. Chapter 4073. Drip, drip. Blood flowed from the corner of Yu Quan's mouth, and his face turned extremely ugly. He was injured once again. Although his opponent was also injured, it was obviously not as serious as his. He did not wipe the blood away, but allowed it to flow freely. At the same time, his palms were constantly forming hand seals. I never thought that I would be injured by you. With your current strength, you are qualified to be my opponent. However, you have completely angered me. I will let you know the price of injuring me. As he formed a hand seal, the blood suddenly became strange. It fell into the void and disappeared without a trace. The void gradually turned blood-red, and a blood-red vortex appeared. Come out, summon of desolation. Along with his voice, the blood-red whirlpool suddenly expanded, and then 3 figures walked out of the whirlpool. The 3 figures were blurry as if they did not exist. However, they had truly appeared in that space. The first figure was a middle-aged man with a broken arm. Half of his body was rotten and his internal organs were visible. The remaining part of his body was wrapped in chains. It was the desolation chain. The aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. The second figure was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her upper body was intact, but her lower body was missing. Her upper body was also wrapped in chains. The last figure was an old man. He was intact, but only half of his head was left. However, it did not seem to affect his aura. What was this? Could he summon the people of the great, desolate mansion? Lin Xian frowned. It did not seem like it. The clothes they were wearing were very ancient. They seemed to be dead people who had been summoned through some means. The people of the great, desolate mansion outside were excited when they heard this. Great, summon of desolation. This was the ultimate technique of the great, desolate mansion. Every sacred city had their own ultimate techniques, such as the 9 revolutions divine thunder of the Thunder God City, the unparalleled secret skill of the Peerless City. The great, desolate mansion was naturally the summon of desolation. The power of desolation was extremely strange and terrifying. Legend had it that there was a desolate land between heaven and earth where countless experts were buried. Their desolate summoning could communicate with the desolate land and summon the people buried there to help them in battle. The stronger one was, the more powerful, and the number of people one could summon. With Yu Quan's current strength, he could summon 3 late minor saints. Lin Wudi was dead. That's right. Although he was able to contend against Yu Quan before, it was now 4 against 1. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hearing the discussion, Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing's expressions changed. They wanted to rush over to help. Damn it. The secret technique of the great desolate mansion is too despicable. Li Hongxiu clenched her teeth. Murong Qingqing unleashed his phoenix phantom, intending to attack. However, Lin Xian said, "No, don't do anything. Just watch quietly. This is my battle with him." Murong Qingqing stopped. Li Hongxiu frowned. "Brat, now is not the time to be stubborn." However, Murong Qingqing said, "Sister Hongxiu, let's just watch from the side. Elder brother Xian has his own pride." Indeed, all geniuses were prideful. This was especially true for geniuses like Lin Xian, who had their own pride. Since he had said that this was his battle to challenge the pilgrim list, he wouldn't rely on other people's strength. He wanted to defeat his opponent with his own strength. "Brat, you're pretty bold. You're still not willing to call for help. Since that's the case, you can die now." Yu Quan's lips curled into a cold smile. It was indeed 4 against 1. But so what? This was his secret technique. As a top saint on the pilgrim list, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Kill! With a roar, he charged forward with the desolate blade. The 3 figures in front of him also attacked crazily. The man who had lost his left arm and half of his body held a long spear in his right hand. He swung the spear with one hand. The mysterious woman who had lost her legs waved her hands wildly. The last old man who was missing half a head was like a god as he engaged in a great battle. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk in an instant, the place where Lin Xian was standing was completely destroyed. Lin Xian received the message. It was a great crisis. Each of the 3 of them was very strong. They were the true late minor saints. Together with Yu Quan, this was a situation where death was inevitable. No wonder so many late minor saints couldn't challenge Yu Quan. This was his true trump card. Arg! Lin Xian pushed his divine body to the extreme. The black Qilin tattoo covered his body as he shuttled back and forth. But in an instant he still charged forward. The 4 of them were too strong. Fortunately, he had mastered a spatial divine ability, the void escape. Therefore, he was able to contend with them. His figure appeared and disappeared mysteriously. However, this place had limited space after all. He couldn't escape completely. The power of the 4 people filled the entire space. "Brat, it's useless. Where can you escape to?" Yu Quan smiled proudly. "Do you think you're the only one who challenged me? How many people have challenged me over the years? But they all died under my blade. Today, you're no exception. We, the people on the pilgrim list, are invincible. As long as we quit, no one can challenge us." Their voices were getting more and more condensed. The 4 of them unleashed their power at the same time. Lin Xian was pushed back. The Tai Chi diagram in front of him dimmed a lot. This time he was also seriously injured. He was too careless. He knew that every sacred city had a unique secret technique, but he didn't expect that his opponent's technique could summon people. Moreover, he could summon 3 of them. However, he wouldn't back down. The Death Devil Saber in his hand kept slashing out, killing Mountain Taoist. However, Yu Quan sneered. "It's useless. They are already dead. You can't take away their lives." After saying that, his figure swayed and he retreated. The old man with half of his head stood in front of him, blocking the attack for him. "Don't even think about taking away my life. The 3 of them are completely obedient to me. They can protect me at any time. So, Lin Wudi, what are you going to use to fight me? You can die now." Sure enough, Lin Xian's Death Devil Saber could only attack these people physically. It couldn't take away their lives, because these people had no life to begin with. Then use the Great Sun Sword. Lin Xian roared. The golden flames and the sun law condensed, forming the Great Sun Sword and sweeping in all directions. Since they were dead, they were afraid of the power of the sun. His divine flames and laws could definitely make these people collapse. Sure enough, these people were affected. Their strength was suppressed. However, they were only suppressed. Yuquan said, "They are not ordinary dead people. Although you can suppress them, you can't kill them. If it's one person, he won't be your match. But with 3 people and me, do you think you can completely suppress them with your son-in-law? They all have the power of desolation." Chapter 4074. Haha, great. Lin Wudi is going to die. Outside the palace, the people of the great, desolate mansion laughed triumphantly. Qing Shan and the others were extremely nervous. Lin Gongzi, Li Hongxiu, and Morong Qingqing were also extremely nervous. Is this kid really going to be all right? They wondered if it was too early for him to challenge the Pilgrim Tai. At least he should wait until he reached the intermediate minor saint realm. Inside the formation, Lin Xian's face was cold. He was thinking about how to deal with his opponents. His opponents were not afraid of the law of death. He could suppress the law of sun, but only to a certain extent. His opponents had a huge advantage in numbers. Illusions. He could use multiple divine abilities to fight. He could even create thousands of illusions to attack. But so what? This was his power. It was divided into thousands of parts. It was different from the power his opponents could summon. He could deal with other people, but not those who were on the Pilgrim Tai. In that case, there were only 2 options left. First, he could kill Yuquan with the help of these 3 people. However, this was obviously not very likely. The last way was to make these 3 people disappear. Since they were summoned, it was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. There must be a condition for them to summon them. There must be some kind of connection. He was confident that he could defeat Yuquan as long as these 3 people disappeared. With that thought in mind, Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. His golden pupils filled the entire space. Seeing this, Yuquan hid behind the 3 desolate figures. "Kid, are you trying to use your eye technique? I've been guarding against it. I won't fall for your soul attack." Lin Xian snorted. He did not attack, but looked for them. Where on earth did these people come from and teleport over? Soon he found them. These people all had unique characteristics. Even though they were all damaged, the common point was that they all had desolate chains on their bodies. Lin Xian could search for them by following the chain. Sure enough, although the desolate chain was hidden in the void, Lin Xian still found it. What will happen if I break these chains? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The death, demonic blade, and the sun sword were instantly covered by a layer of dragon shadows. Its power became even more terrifying. Furthermore, it was capable of destroying everything. Lin Xian attacked. He spun the Taiji diagram and covered his body. Then he quickly charged out. "Useless brat, go to hell." Yuquan rushed over with 3 figures, and the battle was extremely intense. Lin Xian was injured in an instant, and his body was torn apart. The Taiji diagram dimmed, and blood dyed the sky. However, he didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he frantically attacked the chains hidden in the void. Clang! Clang! Shocked voices rang out. The 3 desolates suddenly let out frenzied roars. A terrifying aura of desolation filled their eyes. Damn it! Yuquan was stupefied. "You dare!" He charged out, forcing Lin Xian to retreat, unable to continue attacking. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had found his opponent's weakness. This method was a fatal threat to his opponent. Otherwise, Yuquan wouldn't be so irritable. There was a huge loophole in this ability of yours. Lin Xian smiled. "Watch how I break it." Yuquan's expression was incomparably cold. Loophole. He admitted that any attack had loopholes. But so what? There were some loopholes that one couldn't know, and there were some that one couldn't do even if one knew. For example, the chains of the Great Desolation summoning were indeed fatal. However, these chains were only wrapped around the 3 of them. The other places were hidden in the void. Who could see them? Moreover, it wasn't a simple concealment. Even if one disrupted time and space, it would be difficult to damage these chains. Unless one was a powerful sacred venerate or a sacred king, one could directly destroy these three people with terrifying power. Therefore, this loophole was basically not a loophole. However, he didn't expect that not only did his opponent see his hidden chains, but he could also damage the three chains. What was going on? How did his opponent's sword chi pass through the void? What about the desolation chains? Damn it. This was something that he had never experienced in his life. Not to mention him, probably no one else in the great, desolate mansion had experienced it before. Kill. This time, Yuquan took the lead to attack, and the three desolate figures assisted from the side. Previously, he had been hiding behind the three of them, but now it seemed that he had to take the initiative to attack. He wouldn't let this kid attack again. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light suddenly burst out from his eyes. A technique all spring and autumn. Although Yuquan tried his best to guard against it, this was no ordinary eye technique. It was the heavenly secret divine eyes. Therefore, he was also affected by the soul attack in an instant. Although it was only for 2 seconds, he could escape. However, these 2 seconds were enough for Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, and a crazy surge of power flowed on the death demonic saber and the great sun sword. Then, he unleashed endless dragon-shaped sword chi. Clang! 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 A deafening sound rang out. Finally, the chains were cut by him. 2 seconds later, Yuquan had just escaped from the soul attack. However, in the next moment, his face turned green. Damn it! He could feel that his control over the three desolate figures was gradually disappearing. You actually severed the desolate chains. The chains on the three desolate figures also fell off. They roared crazily, and a strange light appeared in their eyes as they stared at Yuquan. Yuquan took 2 steps back, roared angrily, and formed a seal with his palms. The summoning ended. A roar sounded. In the void, a terrifying vortex appeared and enveloped the 3 desolate figures. The 3 of them vanished into the whirlpool as if they had turned into ashes. Without the chains, you can't control them, right? Lin Xian said coldly. Damn it. On the other side, Yuquan kept trembling. He was really mad. Was Yi Futian really able to destroy the summoning? That was simply too unbelievable. How did you do it? Yuquan didn't believe it. He guessed that even the sacred sage couldn't do it. The sacred sage could beat him, but the sacred sage used extremely strong power to suppress and kill the 3 desolate figures. It was impossible to break the chains. It was even impossible to find the chains. After all, this was not his divine power, but the great desolate mansion which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for there to be such a flaw. You don't need to know how I did it. You only need to know that you have lost this battle. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Humph! You just broke my great desolate summon. How can I lose? You lost the previous battle and were seriously injured. I still have many divine powers that I haven't used. How can you fight me? Yuquan also stood up and roared with all his might. Chapter 4075. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. Coincidentally, I also have many divine abilities that I haven't used yet. Let's see who's going to win in the end. Humph. Yuquan snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he formed another seal with his palms. The aura of desolation spread out and shook the 9 heavens. The endless aura of desolation combined with the laws quickly condensed in front of him. It seemed that he was evolving into something. Not long after, a behemoth appeared, and its aura soared into the sky. Lin Xian frowned. It was a canyon. The power it carried was very strange. When the people outside the palace sensed it, their hair stood on end. Great! The young master has used a new divine ability again. The people from the great, desolate mansion exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also exclaimed. Does Yuquan still have a terrifying trump card? Kid, you're lucky to be able to break my desolation summon, but so what? In front of absolute strength, you still have to kneel. You're not my opponent at all. Is that so? You keep saying that I'm no match for you, but after fighting for so long, can you do anything to me? Didn't I break your greatest trump card? You call that not your opponent? Moreover, I'm one realm lower than you, and I've cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years less than you. What do you have to be proud of? If we're in the same realm, I'll kill you like a dog. You're courting death. Yuquan roared, and the murderous aura on his body surged. The blood-colored laws surged between heaven and earth. He was really angry. This poked at his sore spot. Indeed, in the past, he had always been the one to fight and kill powerful enemies. Now, there was someone who was fighting against him. Moreover, the two of them were evenly matched. He could not accept this. He roared, "Kid, it's time for you to die." Buzz. The desolate Grand Canyon descended crazily and shrouded Lin Xian. Endless aura of desolation filled the air, and it seemed that it wanted to pull Lin Xian into the desolate Grand Canyon. It was going to completely refine him. Buzz. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The Taiji diagram rotated above his head, and the nine-yang divine body released 10,000 rays of light. It's useless. Your trump card is useless in front of me. Now, I'll let you see my trump card. With a roar, the great dragon's sword soul roared, forming a sword Tao world that pressed down on the desolate canyon. At the same time, he used the power of the great dragon sword soul to strengthen the Taiji diagram. This time, it wasn't the yin-yang sword that flew out. Instead, it was the Taiji diagram that split open, drawing two figures. One of them was pitch black and held the death demonic blade. The other figure was like a god of war and held the sun god sword. Kill! Two figures rushed out in a frenzy. Lin Xian was even more unrestrained as he continuously unleashed sword qi and transformed it into divine abilities. Wasn't the other party able to summon the desolate man? Although he couldn't summon the desolate man, he wanted to use the great dragon sword spirit to simulate a similar ability. That was simple. Humph, you want to trap me with a mere clone? Yuquan snorted coldly. He struck out with the desolate palm to resist. However, they soon realized that it wasn't as simple as just a clone. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Xian directly activated an unparalleled secret technique and struck out with 5 times the strength. The sword Tao world instantly sent the desolate canyon flying. Furthermore, the two human figures, one black and one white, suddenly burst forth with light. Their bodies split apart, and countless dragon silhouettes appeared from their bodies. They intertwined with each other like the 10,000 dragons diagram, and it was the yin-yang 10,000 dragons diagram. It directly enveloped Yuquan. You want to refine me? I'll let you have a taste of being refined. Lin Xian roared, and the Taiji diagram completely erupted. Boom, boom, boom. It was filled with the power of the dragon-shaped sword qi, coupled with the laws of yin and yang. It was really powerful to the extreme. No matter how strong Yuquan was, he was still affected at this moment. He screamed crazily, "Buzz! Desolate armor!" It instantly appeared on his body to block. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Crack! With a roar, the yin-yang 10,000 dragons diagram exploded, directly shattering the desolate armor. Yuquan was also sent flying while vomiting blood. His hair was disheveled as he took out 2 pills and swallowed them. The strength in his body was rapidly recovering. Kid, my foundation is limitless. What do you have to fight me with? Even if I have to exhaust you today, I'll exhaust you to death. You want to exhaust me with just you alone? Nirvana! With a roar, endless 9 suns divine fire burned fiercely, enveloping his body. In the next moment, his strength was rapidly recovering. No, damn it, you actually know this kind of divine ability. Isn't this the great divine ability of the Phoenix clan? How can you? Yuquan screamed in horror. The Phoenix's nirvana could instantly recover, but how could this kid know it too? Xian snorted coldly. This is my self-created divine ability. Can't I do it? Self-created divine abilities. You can even create divine abilities. He screamed even more. Divine abilities were usually passed down through generations. It wasn't that they couldn't create divine abilities, but the divine abilities created at a low realm were too trashy and full of loopholes. Only those with a high realm could do it. For example, sage kings or great sages. You're just a small saint, yet you're already creating divine abilities? Moreover, it's so powerful. Whoosh! Lin Xian came out of the flames, and the aura on his body became stronger again. Now who would exhaust who to death? He punched in all directions, and the void in front of him kept shattering. Damn it! The two erupted again and engaged in an intense battle. Lin Xian used all kinds of divine abilities, some of which were from Thunder God City, the Golden Crow clan, and even the Peacock clan. Yu Quan was so scared that he screamed crazily. In the end, Yo Chuan's body was shattered. He was also a ruthless person. His shattered body directly exploded, injuring Lin Xian. Several cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body, which was extremely terrifying. However, his eyes were even brighter. The law of wood of the 5 elemental laws provided him with a crazy amount of power. Moreover, the immortality technique was circulating rapidly. At this moment, his divine body finally displayed its superpower. It actually healed at an extremely fast speed. On the opposite side, Yu Quan also healed, but he was seriously injured. His face was incomparably pale, and his aura was much weaker than before. Boy, I really can't believe that you can force me to this extent, but you will definitely die. Speaking of this, he took out a 3-foot-long saber. The desolate aura on it was very terrifying. It was also a desolate saber, but it was not created by the law. It was a real sacred artifact. Moreover, it was a sacred artifact used by a sacred venerable. I didn't want to use it because I can fight against everything with my own strength. But you let me use this treasure today. You can die in peace. As soon as the desolate saber appeared, it displayed an unparalleled aura. The terrifying power made everyone's scalp tingle. This aura. Even Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed. On the other side, Mo Xiu, who was trapped by the array, screamed. A Sun-class sacred artifact. Yu Quan had already taken out such a trump card? What had he experienced? Was he going to be defeated? Chapter 4076. Mo Xiu was shocked. Not every saint had a saint tool. It was extremely powerful. Generally speaking, those below the minor saint realm would use a moon divine tool. Even minor saints would only use a moon divine tool. The Lord had some powerful saint weapons. They were sun-level saint weapons, and their power was far beyond that of moon-level saint weapons. Unexpectedly, Yu Quan had one too. That Lin Wudi is definitely dead. The people of the Yellow Spring Palace in the great desolate mansion revealed a sinister smile. Even Mo Xiu snorted coldly. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Wudi to survive after taking out such a trump card. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sun divine tool? Is this your final trump card? However, do you think I don't have one? Lin Xian smiled. If it was any other trump card, he might have to use some other means. However, Lin Wudi was reckless and wanted to compete with him with a saint tool. So what if it's a saint tool? He had a great saint tool in his hand. Kid, it's useless. I know you have a pagoda with strong defense. It should be a sun divine tool. However, you can't use it with your strength. However, I can already control this desolate blade. Therefore, you're not my opponent at all. Yu Quan sneered. The law on his body flowed rapidly. He poured all of his energy into the desolate blade. This blade could destroy the heavens and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. The heavens and earth were instantly split apart. In fact, the surrounding spirit formations were also shattering nonstop. Retreat! Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu left the palace and retreated far away. The people outside had already retreated far away. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He also sensed a fatal danger. He instantly took out the great sage pagoda and blocked in front of him. Indeed, Emoshio was right. He couldn't fully control the great sage pagoda. However, so what? He only needed to use it for defense. He had other means to attack. Today, he would show Emoshio his trump card. After blocking the attack, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's hand, which he held in his hand. Slash! The sword fell, the heavens and earth cracked. The power here was extremely strong. The formation around them shattered in an instant. Master Spirit Turtle and Emoshio rushed out. They didn't go forward at all. Instead, they fled as if they had gone mad. The reason for that was because this power was simply too terrifying. They were already a threat to them. Damn it! What exactly did this brat have on him? Their expressions were unsightly. They hoped that Yu Quan would be able to block it. Boom! Boom! When Lin Xian used the great sage to block the desolate saber, Yu Quan was stunned. It was indeed this pagoda. However, so what? He was confident that he could send the pagoda flying. Next, it was time for this brat to die. However, before he could make a move, an even more terrifying aura emanated from the other party's hand. What was that? Yu Quan's pupils shrank when he saw the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not good. The other party still had a trump card. That aura did not seem to be any weaker than his desolate blade. Humph! He frantically activated his desolate saber, and countless saber shadows fell downwards. Chop! At the same time, Lin Xian's huge dragon-shaped sword shadow also rushed out. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword Qi soared into the sky. When the two collided, the palace was instantly torn apart. The surrounding formations were also constantly shattered. The entire bottom of the lake was violently boiling. Terrifying laws and saber lights and sword shadows rarely came from all directions. At that moment, everyone was pushed far away. Outside the clear moon lake, the surrounding sages were all waiting by the lake. However, their expressions suddenly changed. They realized that the calm lake water was violently churning. A terrifying aura quickly surged out from under the water. Not good. Something is coming out. Retreat quickly. These people frantically fled. In the next moment, the entire lake was completely smashed apart. The terrifying sword Qi pierced through the sky. The terrifying saber light swept across the sky. Some of the slower ones were instantly split in half by the force. They screamed crazily. The others were also shocked. Damn it, what was this? Saber lights and sword shadows. Someone was fighting. Who was it? Was it the sacred venerables fighting? The aura was too terrifying. The terrifying force lasted for a long time. The entire clear moon lake was split into pieces. Below, Emoshio, Master Spirit Turtle, Morong Qingcheng Li Hongxiu, and the others all looked on nervously. They wanted to see what the final outcome of this battle would be. Finally, the terrifying saber lights and sword shadows, as well as the laws, slowly disappeared. 3 figures could be seen. Everyone was stunned. Why was there another person? Was it Emoshio? They took a closer look and then sucked in a breath of cold air. No, it wasn't him. The first figure was Lin Xian. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's face was extremely pale. Using the ultimate power of the great dragon sword soul was also a huge drain on him. However, he was not injured. The great sage pagoda in front of him blocked the impact. The 2 figures opposite him were Yu Quan. She was split in half. Blood and internal organs flowed out. The desolate blade floated beside her, but it still could not protect her. Yu Quan screamed crazily. This time, not only was his body split in half, but his soul was also split in half. The pain made him hover between life and death. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that no matter what treasures he consumed, he could not heal his body, let alone his soul. Therefore, he could only let the 2 halves of his body float. What kind of sword chi was that? It was too powerful. Even the 10,000 swords pavilion could not perform such a sword technique. Run. Yukon did not dare to say anything. The two halves of his body wrapped around the desolate blade and instantly escaped. Trying to escape, Lin Xian snorted and chased after him. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Another dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed out. The terrifying sword chi fell from the sky. Clang! Yuquan's body was split into 4 halves. He screamed crazily again. Damn it! He was in extreme danger now. His life force was very weak. Fortunately, the sun-grayed, desolate blade was still with him. With the last of his strength, he finally managed to kill his way out of the clear moon lake. The people outside were all bewildered. Who exactly was fighting? In the next moment, they saw a shattered figure charging out with a long saber in his hand. These people did not recognize him at first. However, when they saw his clothes and saint weapon, they all screamed. Yuquan! He was seriously injured and was about to be killed. Who was it? Was there a saint venerable below? Yuquan was a genius on the saint ranking. Although he was only a mid-minor saint, he could defeat a late minor saint. No one below the saint venerable was his match. Now he was in such a sorry state. It made people suspect that perhaps only a saint venerable could make him so miserable. You can't run away. A voice sounded again. Then, the surface of the lake was smashed open. A man stepped in the air, holding a dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand. He was extremely powerful. Chapter 4077. Heavens! It was Lin Wudi. He was chasing after Yuquan. It can't be, right? Did he seriously injure Yuquan? Everyone was going crazy. Had Lin Wudi started to challenge the pilgrim list? And from the looks of it, he had succeeded. In front, Yuquan quickly fled to the back. Lin Xian chased after him crazily. The two of them flew far away in an instant. During this period, no one dared to stop them. It was over. The dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand bloomed with incomparable light. Yuquan was scared out of his wits. "Elder, save me!" He roared crazily. Half of his blood was burning, piercing through heaven and earth and enveloping the entire void. In the distance, a terrifying aura came over. Then, a large palm slapped over and collided with the dragon-shaped sword chi. With a clang, Lin Xian was forced back and the large palm was also blocked. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying aura surged over. "Whoever dares to hurt the people of the great, desolate mansion, I will tear him into pieces." The terrifying voice was like a clap of thunder. Lin Xian's blood boiled. He frowned. A sacred venerate. Crack! Crack! The void split open, and an expert walked out. It was a sacred venerate. He had seen this person before in Qingshan City. Back then, he had seen 9 sacred venerates in the first palace of Qingshan City, and this person was one of them. He did not expect this person to come as well. The people behind wanted to follow and see how the battle was going. However, they did not expect a sacred venerate to appear. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they hid in the distance, trembling. Lin Xian's face was also cold. It seemed that it was impossible to kill the other party this time. However, he had seriously injured the other party this time, which proved his strength. In the future, the other party would no longer be his opponent. Even if such a person was alive, he would not be a threat to him. "Elder, kill him. Help me kill him." Yuquan screamed crazily. When the elder saw Yuquan's miserable appearance, his face became incomparably cold. His eyes were filled with incomparable killing intent. A terrifying palm slapped out. This strike was earth-shattering. Nothing could stop it. This was the attack of the saint. Lin Xian had long since been prepared. When he saw the other party make a move, he immediately used the void escape technique and quickly fled to a remote location. Before entering the great sacred tower, the shockwaves sent the Grand Sage Tower flying. Lin Xian was in the great sage tower, his face cold. He was not injured, but with his current strength he was still unable to contend against a saint venerable. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to make such a public move. So despicable. Older brother Xian. Behind them, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu rushed over. Seeing this scene, he was also incomparably nervous. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and took the two in. Then he said, "Let's go." The great sage pagoda turned into a stream of light and pierced through the 9 heavens. Trying to leave? Was that even possible? Since the Lord had made his move, he did not plan to let Lin Xian and the others leave. That huge hand covered the sky and the earth, directly locking down the void. The space within his palm had been completely shattered. Only the great sage pagoda was still floating. However, he was also sealed and could not escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly and roared crazily, "Give me your strength!" Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu gave him their strength. The 3 of them poured their strength into the dragon-shaped sword energy. The sword slashed open the sealed void, opening a crack. Then the great sage pagoda tore open the crack and rushed in. Did he escape? The great desolate mansion's Saint Venerable was stunned. He did not expect that the other party could escape from his hands. When he wanted to make a move, he realized that it was already too late. At this moment, the remaining dragon-shaped battle energy on Yu Quan's body suddenly smashed open. It caused the 4 halves of his body to turn into a bloody mist once more. The Saint Venerable's face turned cold when he heard the miserable sound. Humph! He snorted coldly, his face cold. He did not make another move. Instead, he quickly left with Yu Quan. There was only a terrifying energy between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. The scene that had just happened was like a dream. Lin Wuti and Yu Quan fought, and Yu Quan was defeated. Moreover, he was killed miserably. If the Saint Venerable did not come in the end, Yu Quan would have died. It was really unbelievable. They knew that from now on, the pilgrim list would rewrite history. Yu Quan fell from the list, and Lin Wuti killed his way up. What shocked them even more was that the great desolate mansion's Saint Venerable did not care about anything and attacked. He wanted to kill Lin Wuti. However, what was even more shocking was that Lin Wuti had actually escaped. An early little saint escaped from the hands of a Saint Venerable. It was like a dream. They could not believe it. The news spread out in an instant. Those people went crazy when they heard about it. Lin Wuti was already a member of the pilgrim list. Mo Xiu's face was incomparably cold. So was Master Spirit Turtle, who was gnashing his teeth. Not only was Lin Wuti powerful, but his attainment in formations was also far beyond him. No, I have to kill this kid. Master Spirit Turtle and the others wanted to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, Mo Xiu had also started to make his move. Such a person made him extremely uneasy. In a mountain range, those enchanting women were also surprised when they heard the news. They looked at the figure in front of them. Qin Xianer stood in front of them, looking equally shocked. Lin Wuti had successfully entered the list? It was really surprising. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? On the other side, a man stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, his followers were quickly passing on the news. Chao Tianxing's eyes flickered when he heard the news. Is this day finally coming? Lin Wuti, interesting. Wan Jianni harumphed coldly when he heard the news. That trash Yu Quan couldn't even defeat an early little saint. What a disgrace to the pilgrim list. But has he finally entered the pilgrim list? Then I can make my move. Previously, although Wan Jianni was unhappy, he thought that Lin Xian's cultivation base and identity were too weak to make a move. But now, Lin Wuti had finally entered the pilgrim list. In other words, Lin Wuti was qualified for him to make a move. He would make Lin Wuti the shortest time to enter the pilgrim list, because Lin Wuti would die in his hands. In fact, even those holy venerates had gloomy and cold expressions on their faces. They knew that if they had the chance, they would have to deal with Lin Wudi in the Green Mountain world. On the other side, a pagoda landed in the vast mountain range. Lin Xian was still cultivating in seclusion. He had also suffered serious injuries in the previous battle. After all, Yu Quan was a powerful enemy. It wasn't easy for him to win, so he had to recover well. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were also guarding beside him. Half a month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes and exhaled. Fortunately, they had explored a lot of treasures in the Green Mountain world. With so many heavenly treasures, he could recover to his peak in half a month. "You're awake, Brother Xian." Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. Li Hongxiu also came out from outside. "How do you feel? Are your injuries healed?" Chapter 4078. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, he had recovered to his peak. Although he was injured in the previous battle, he didn't injure his foundation, so he recovered quite quickly. However, it was the Saint Venerables who attacked in the end, which made his expression extremely cold. If there was a chance, he wouldn't let these Saint Venerables go. Next, the three of them continued to search for treasures according to the map. After another half a month, they received a piece of news. "Have you heard? There is a peak in Green Mountain World, Sunset Peak. It is said that an incredible treasure has appeared there." "Yes, I heard that a few Saint Venerables have gone there. Let's go take a look." Yes, even if there aren't many treasures, it's not a loss to be able to see some big scenes. Many people flew towards the Sunset Peak. After Lin Xian and the others heard this, they also stopped. Sunset Peak, Saint Venerables. They spread out the map and searched. Soon they narrowed their eyes. There was indeed a peak in the center of Green Mountain World. Sunset Peak. Moreover, according to the mark on the map, Sunset Peak was much bigger than Clear Moon Lake. This meant that there was indeed something incredible on Sunset Peak. "Brother Xian, should we go there?" Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked at the map carefully and said, "I have an idea." Li Hongxiu was looking forward to it. Lin Xian said, "We have already collected about a third of the Hell Map treasures in Green Mountain World. There's still a lot left. If we go to Sunset Peak, we will clash with the Saint Venerables. Even if we have the map and can find the treasures, we will be targeted by the Saint Venerables. It is very likely that we will be hunted down for the rest of the time. Therefore, I have decided to go to Sunset Peak myself. The two of you will search for the other treasures. Anyway, you have the map in your minds and know how to crack it. With your strength, there shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, those Saint Venerables will probably go to Sunset Peak. You will be safer." Indeed, the three of them knew how to crack their way here. It was a bit of a waste to gather together, especially at this juncture. "All right, be careful." Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu nodded. None of them were little girls. They were all blessed by the heavens, so they didn't feel too conflicted about this issue. With the Great Sage Tower, Lin Xian would be fine. If the three of them split up, more treasures would fall into their pockets. After discussing, Lin Xian went to the Sunset Peak, Murong Qingqing went to the east, and Li Hongxiu went to the north. The three of them split up into 3 groups. After Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu left, Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Saint Venerable of the great desolate mansion, you better not go to the Dawnfall Peak. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The fact that the other party dared to make a move to kill him had indeed infuriated him. If the other party dared to appear, he would use the map advantage to teach the other party a lesson. The Sunset Peak was the #1 peak in the Green Mountain world. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. The surrounding mountain ranges were continuous and magnificent. At this moment, countless people had gathered near Dawnfall Peak because it was said that there was an extraordinary treasure here. Even the Holy Venerables had come. How could the others not come? The Sunset Peak hadn't been breached yet, but many treasures had appeared in the mountains around the Sunset Peak. It caused a massacre. In a valley in a mountain range, dozens of figures were fighting with each other. There were constant roars and terrifying roars of thunder. It turned out that the people of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City were fighting. Previously, these two holy cities were jackals of the same tribe and colluded with each other. Who would have thought that, in the face of benefits, they would turn against each other? Both sides were fighting fiercely. At this moment, nearly 100 sword lights streaked across the sky and stopped above the valley. Each sword light transformed into a swordsman, and the aura on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. Over 100 sword saints from the Thousand Swords Pavilion appeared together. The leader was Wan Jinni, and there were many people beside him. One of them had a pale face. There were many wounds on his body, and his arms were broken. This person was Zhan Xiongfei. At this stage, it was very easy for a saint to recover from a broken arm or leg. However, he hadn't recovered yet. This meant that Qi Song was too strong previously and caused the other party's foundation to be damaged. Until now, he hadn't fully recovered. Below, Thunder God City and the people of Thousand Demon City felt the aura of over 100 sword saints above them, and their faces became incomparably ugly. They didn't continue to fight, and instead they stopped. The people of the Thousand Swords Pavilion actually wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Do they want to join forces? An elder from Thunder God City asked. An expert from Thousand Demon City said, "Of course. We can't let others interfere in our battle." Previously, they were still fighting to the death, but now they actually joined forces. However, it was useless. Both sides only had 30 people, and there were more than 100 sword saints above them. This was a huge gap. Sure enough, when those sword saints attacked, the experts of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City below them collapsed in an instant. Run. They no longer cared about anything else, and turned around to escape. A group of chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Wan Jinni sneered and brought his people down. After these people descended, their eyes also lit up. There were indeed many good things in the valley. Wan Jinni waved his hand, and those sword saints began to crazily snatch. They wanted to leave no one behind. At this moment, the situation changed and someone screamed. They realized that the treasures in front of them had disappeared into thin air. Damn it, who was it? Who was secretly attacking? Zhan Xiongfei also roared crazily. Wan Jinni also snorted coldly. He slashed out with his sword, and thousands of sword qi rushed in all directions. At this moment, a voice sounded. "You want to take it all for yourself? Your appetite is a little too big." The sword light that filled the sky disappeared, and the void was shattered. However, a figure walked out unscathed. He was wearing a starry sky blue robe, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were as deep as the night sky. Seeing this person, many sword saints sucked in a cold breath. Gufeng! Even Wan Jinni furrowed his brows. Gufeng was the same as him, also a genius on the pilgrim list. Moreover, what was more terrifying was that the other party was a space element expert. Space was king, and the law of space appeared and disappeared mysteriously. This was not nonsense. The other party dared to face over 100 sword saints alone. Just this confidence alone was not something that anyone could have. However, Wan Jinni was not afraid of the other party. He had always been arrogant. So what if the other party was a space element expert? He was very confident in his swordsmanship. Gufeng, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. You want to snatch something in front of me? Impossible. I want this valley. You can change to another one. What an arrogant tone. There is nothing that I can't take away. At this point, Gufeng waved his hand, and the treasures and spirit herbs below were instantly devoured by space. How dare you? Wan Jinni was angry, and those sword saints also counterattacked. In an instant, thousands of sword qi charged toward Gufeng. Chapter 4079. Gufeng laughed out loud. He stood there, and 18 black holes appeared around him. They were incomparably dark and connected to the universe. Those sword qi were completely swallowed by the black holes, and transmitted into the universe. They couldn't hurt him at all. Spatial black holes. Many sword saints were terrified. With over 100 of them attacking, it was enough to beat anyone. Even the geniuses on the pilgrim list might not be able to fight against so many of them. However, that man was standing there by himself. Merely by using his spatial ability, he was able to completely devour their swords. This method was heaven-defying. No wonder they couldn't provoke spatial powerhouses. Humph! The 100 sword saints were terrified. However, one Jinni snorted coldly and slashed out with a long sword in his hand. The sword in Wan Jinni's hand was incomparably green. It was the dragon's slaying sword. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was a sun-class sacred artifact. When this sword slashed out, cracks appeared on the 18 black holes. It seemed that the 18 black holes couldn't completely divert his sword light. Sure enough, the 18 black holes were completely split open in an instant. A biting cold sword light swept towards Gu Feng and enveloped him. Great! The people of the Wan Jinni Pavilion were overjoyed. However, Wan Jinni frowned. The sword light flashed and slashed the other party's body, but no blood flowed out. This meant that the other party had used spatial magic to dodge. At this moment, Gu Feng in the sky suddenly disappeared. Behind Wan Jinni, a black spatial crack appeared. Then Gu Feng attacked. A finger pointed at the other party's back. Wan Jinni didn't dare to be careless. He instantly activated 10,000 swords convergence. The two fought fiercely. The other 100 spirit sword saints were all stunned. They couldn't do anything in this battle, because Gu Feng wasn't someone else. If it was someone else, they could attack together. However, the other party's spatial magic turned all their attacks into flowing water. Therefore, they could only watch from the sidelines. Around the valley, countless mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sky shattered. However, there were a few figures standing on 2 mountain peaks. They suppressed the mountain range under their feet, preventing it from shattering. On one of the mountain ranges, there were many enchanting women. The one leading them was Qin Xianer. At this moment, she was watching the battle. On the other side was Chao Tiansheng, who had his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered with a mysterious aura. The followers behind him said, "Young master, who do you think will win this battle?" "It's hard to say." Chao Tiansheng shook his head slightly. "These two people have never used their real trump cards, so I can't tell." Without taking his trump cards into consideration, Gu Feng was probably slightly stronger. Indeed, in front of the spatial laws, ordinary laws would be inferior. However, no one believed that Wan Jinni did not have a trump card. Up ahead, the battle between the two of them was extremely intense. All sorts of sword chi emerged one after another. Wan Jinni was truly like a sword god. Each of his attacks was powerful enough to kill a late little saint. As for Gu Feng, he was even more mysterious, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was as if the entire world had become his training ground. He had become the ruler of this world, and every time he would be able to narrowly dodge the attacks. Not only that, but he also unleashed all sorts of terrifying spatial divine abilities to attack Wan Jinni. It was only because Wan Jinni was strong. If it were anyone else, they would have been defeated long ago. This Wan Jinni was too strong. His strength was at the late minor saint realm, which was 1 realm higher than Yuquan. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Rumor had it that he could even fight against a saint sovereign. Just when everyone thought that the battle would last for 3 days and 3 nights, the battle would be difficult to determine. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the Dawnfall Peak, attracting everyone's attention. Saint sovereigns, they had made their move, charging towards the Dawnfall Peak. Even Wan Jinni and Gu Feng had stopped. Wan Jinni looked at the dazzling mountain range and said in a deep voice, "Let's stop this battle temporarily." We'll fight again after the Dawnfall Peak is over. What do you think? I agree. Gu Feng also nodded. Let's go. Wan Jinni brought hundreds of sword saints and flew towards the distance. Gu Feng also disappeared into the sky. Let's go. Qin Xiener and Chao Tiancheng brought their own people and flew towards the distance. It could be said that countless experts and geniuses had gathered at the Dawnfall Peak. At the same time in the mountain range, a man wearing a Taoist robe also stopped. He looked at the peak in the distance with a smile on his face. Is it finally going to start? Seems like I'm not too late. This Taoist robed man looked to be in his 20s. He looked very young. His gaze was calm and his aura was very mysterious. I wonder which sect he's from. Actually, this person was none other than Lin Xian. After Lin Xian separated from Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, he rushed towards the Dawnfall Peak. He decided to make a scene at the Dawnfall Peak. Of course, he didn't use his real appearance. This was to avoid unnecessary pursuits. He changed his appearance to that of a Taoist priest and walked towards the Dawnfall Peak. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing around the Dawnfall Peak. Among them, the Saint Sovereign from the great desolate mansion was also here. Yu Quan was also here. In the past month, his injuries had already healed. It was the Saint Sovereign who helped him to extinguish the sword qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to extinguish the sword qi without dozens of years of effort. Although his injuries were healed, his face was still pale. The dragon-shaped sword qi had damaged his foundation. He was afraid that he would have to go into seclusion after returning from the Green Mountain world. However, if he could conquer the Dawnfall Peak and obtain the treasures inside, he might be able to recover from his injuries immediately. He might even be able to advance further. This time, he was defeated by Lin Xian. It was a great humiliation to him. He swore that he would make a breakthrough in his cultivation base. He would reach the late Minor Saint realm. Then he would defeat his opponent and reclaim his position on the pilgrim list. 4 figures stood around the Dawnfall Peak. 3 of them were Saint Sovereigns, and one of them was Grandmaster Spirit Turtle. He was invited by these Saint Sovereigns. Although Grandmaster Spirit Turtle was only a mid-minor saint, his attainment in formations was indeed strong. Therefore, he was needed to break the formation. Apart from him, there were many other formation masters who came. However, they were standing at a distance. All right, Grandmaster Spirit Turtle, you can begin now. One of the Saint Sovereigns from the Purple Virtual Palace spoke. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle nodded. He would break the formation. The other 3 Saint Sovereigns would provide their strength to break the Dawnfall Peak together. Of course, apart from them, the surrounding saints were also mobilized by them to assist them. If necessary, they could work together to break the formation. Everyone was looking forward to it. They were waiting for the moment the formation was broken. At the same time, in the mountain range far away, a figure was looking into the distance. It was Lin Xian. Chapter 4080. A golden light flickered in his eyes again. Spirit Turtle Master? Humph. He sneered. Spirit Turtle Master's attainments in formations were strong, but it was still impossible for him to crack the things inside. According to his speculation, Spirit Turtle Master could only crack the first layer of the formation at most. He would have to rely on him for the rest. He would only have an opportunity when those sacred venerables were in despair. He had to make some preparations in advance. As soon as he followed the information on the map, Lin Xian began to appear in the surroundings. There was a huge formation in the entire Dawnfall Peak. He didn't know what grade it was, but just by looking at the description and the things needed to crack it, he knew that this formation had surpassed the sacred venerables. It might have been set up by the sacred king. Moreover, the entire formation affected a wide area. Not only Dawnfall Peak, but there were formations buried in the ground around Dawnfall Peak. Ordinary people couldn't tell at all. Spirit Turtle Master couldn't tell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to crack Dawnfall Peak's formation. But he knew. He had the map, so he knew the situation here like the back of his hand. Lin Xian stopped in a mountain range. This place was one of the formations. He didn't crack it. Instead, he directly controlled it according to the information on the map. He could come and go as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Everyone was waiting patiently. Such a formation couldn't be cracked in a short period of time. On the 5th day, in the formation, a red light streaked across the sky and flew outside. Those sacred venerables were also shocked. They looked carefully, but then they retracted their gazes. They could see that it was a weapon, but a broken weapon. Its grade might have been very high in the past, but now it was broken. Therefore, they didn't have to make a move. What they had to do was to completely open up the entire Dawnfall Peak. When the time came, they could take the treasures inside. They didn't move, but the people behind were indeed excited, because they could see that it was very likely to be a treasure. Whoosh! Buzz! The light flashed and disappeared into the mountain range below. Go! Many people in the surroundings rose into the air and began to search. But what was that red light? It was so strange that they couldn't lock onto it with their souls. They could only search one by one. 10 meters in front of Lin Xian, a beam of red light suddenly descended and pierced into the ground, continuously trembling. Lin Xian waved his hand and the red light disappeared. A smile appeared on his face. It was a long spear. Only the spearhead was left, and it was covered with cracks. There was even dark red blood on it. Clearly, it was a broken saint artifact. However, the great Tao intertwined on it could be used to comprehend it. On the other side, Zhan Xiongfei had also joined the search party. He was very excited. He was not only an expert swordsman. Moreover, he had also cultivated an eye technique, which was the divine eagle eye. Now he began to use the eyes of the divine eagle to lock onto the location of the light. He turned into a stream of light and quickly flew over. It didn't attract anyone's attention, which was great. He landed in the mountain range below and saw that there was indeed a broken spearhead in front of him. Great, he wanted to snatch it, but suddenly he was stunned. That was because he discovered that there was another person standing in front of him. It was a man wearing a Taoist robe. It was very mysterious. Who are you? Hurry up and get lost. This is my thing. I'm from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Zhan Xiongfei instantly revealed his identity. Not many people here dared to go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Lin Xian had a strange expression. Zhan Xiongfei? He didn't expect to meet him here again. Moreover, he saw that the other party was injured. It was obvious that he had been hunted down. You're seriously injured, and you still dare to be arrogant here? Hurry up and get lost. You're not worthy of my attack. Lin Xian said indifferently. He waved his hand and grabbed the broken spearhead. You're courting death. When Zhan Xiongfei saw this, he pulled out his long sword with his left hand and slashed it down. Boundless waves accompanied by sword chi fell together, and part of it slashed toward the big hand. The other group attacked Lin Xian in a pincer attack from the left and right. Clang! The sword slashed the big hand, and there was a deafening sound. Then the sword was bounced away. Not only that, the sword chi that attacked from both sides was also kicked away by Lin Xian. How is that possible? How can you block my sword chi? Who are you? Zhan Xiongfei was stunned. He was an intermediate minor saint, and also a disciple of the previous generation of 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Who exactly was this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Get lost. Lin Xian waved his hand and slapped Zhan Xiongfei away again. Ah! Zhan Xiongfei screamed. Half of his face was shattered. His body flew out, passing through numerous mountain ranges. He fell below the sunset peak. With a loud bang, countless dust clouds were stirred up. This scene naturally alarmed many people. Who is it? They looked over. At the next moment, they were stunned. Zhan Xiongfei. He was slapped in the face, and his face was shattered. Who did it? Isn't this slapping the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's face? Sure enough, the sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had an ugly expression. Wan Jian's face was also cold. Damn trash. You're embarrassing me again. Let's ask what's going on. 2 sword saints went down. One of them supported Zhang Xiongfei, helped him recover from his injuries, and fed him some pills. The other person asked, "Senior brother, what's going on?" Zhang Xiongfei hated being slapped in the face in public. He couldn't wait to find a place to hide. However, he couldn't take it lying down. He said, "I was chasing after a treasure and found a mysterious Taoist. He actually attacked me. Junior brothers, follow me to take revenge." What? A reckless Taoist? These people instantly soared into the sky. 20 sword saints followed Zhang Xiongfei and charged back. The other experts and geniuses were also interested when they saw this scene. Let's go back and take a look. Some of them preferred to watch the show. Moreover, the formation had not been broken yet. It was boring to stay here, so many people followed them. In the distant mountain range, 20 sword saints instantly landed. The surrounding people also landed in all directions and looked curiously. Sure enough, there was a Taoist. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Which sect is he from? I don't know. He's so strong that he can send Zhang Xiongfei flying with a slap. He should be a powerful minor saint. No matter how powerful he is, what's the use? He offended the 10,000 swords pavilion, and his ending would be very miserable. Indeed, 20 sword saints attacked together, and even a minor saint's scalp went numb. Kid, are you the one who injured our senior brother Zhang? Who did it manually? Quickly cut it off yourself. Kneel down and kowtow to the 10,000 swords pavilion and apologize. The voices of the 20 sword saints were biting cold and murderous. However, Lin Xian only said one word, "Get lost." So what if there were 20 sword saints? In this azure mountain realm, he controlled countless formations. He was not afraid of 200 sword saints. Kid, you're the first one who dares to provoke the 10,000 swords pavilion. Brothers, why are you talking nonsense with them? Kill. The 20 sword saints pulled out the holy swords in their hands and attacked with terrifying sword techniques. When the 20 of them attacked, it was really shocking. Chapter 4081. It's over. Many people who were watching the show closed their eyes. They could imagine the other party's fate. Boom! Boom! Ah! Miserable cries rang out, but soon those people felt that something was wrong. Damn, it can't be. Those people widened their eyes. The others also opened their eyes and looked forward. What's going on? They were dumbfounded. 20 sword saints fell to the ground and wailed. Everyone was injured. Some people's arms and hands were cut off. It was very miserable. Zhang Yunfei was sent flying again by a slap. Half of his face was smashed. He wanted to die. What's going on? What happened? Those people who closed their eyes were stunned. They thought that the Taoist priest would be killed. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. Is he a sacred venerable? As soon as those words were said, the others felt their hair stand on end. However, some of the older generation figures shook their heads. No, he's not a sacred venerable. His aura isn't right. Indeed, the others also nodded. Another old man said, "The one who went up just now is a formation. He's a formation expert." Many people gasped when they heard this. Was he a master of array formations? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he's also here for Dawnfall Peak? But why isn't he going to break the formation? Who are you? Why did you reveal your name? Those sword saints gritted their teeth and asked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Trash, like you don't have the right to know. Those sword saints were so angry that they vomited blood. At that moment, Wan Jianni spoke. Get back here and don't embarrass yourself. The sword saints of the 20 pavilions had no choice but to return angrily. Most of the people in the surroundings also returned. A small number of them stopped and looked at the Taoist priest curiously. However, after looking for a long time, they didn't see anything and finally left. In the next few days, Dawnfall Peak once again emitted a dazzling light. This time, 3 rays of light flew out and danced in the sky. Then they landed in the mountain range below. Another treasure has appeared. Many people were delighted. They moved out again. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. The 3 rays of light landed at the place where the Taoist priest was previously. How lucky! Lin Xian laughed. He waved his hand and collected the 3 weapon fragments. Damn it! Damn it! The eyes of those who had rushed over were all red. The other party had stood there without doing anything, yet he had already collected 4 treasures. This made them go crazy with jealousy. Hee hee, I want to see who exactly you are. The people of Thunder God City have been dispatched, and so have the people of Demon City. The surrounding people also made their moves. With so many of them attacking together, the other party should have admitted defeat, right? Boom! However, he didn't. Beneath Lin Xian's feet, a huge array appeared. Terrifying energy attacked in all directions, and the saints who attacked were all sent flying. Among them were many little saints. How could this be? These people were all crazy. This time, the number of people was twice as many as before, reaching nearly 50 people. However, he was still unable to injure the other party. Instead, the other party had easily injured them. Formation. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful array formation. That strike just now had mobilized the laws and power of the entire Green Mountain world. How did he do it? Just how high were his attainments in formations? Some of the older generation experts exclaimed. The other array masters were also alarmed. Could this be a hidden old monster? These people didn't know. However, the other party's array formation was so powerful that they didn't dare to act rashly again. Next, many rays of light flew to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian kept them all. The others didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. On this day, a ray of light streaked across the sky, carrying a fiery red shadow. That was a pill. Many people's eyes instantly turned red. Even Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, and Wan Jinni all took action. They didn't make a move on the previous sacred artifact fragment, but now, the appearance of this pill made them extremely excited. The pill from Luoxia Mountain must be from tens of thousands of years ago. Maybe it was a divine pill. If they ate it, then their cultivation wouldn't advance by leaps and bounds, especially Yu Quan, who was still injured in his foundation. So, he was eager to get the divine pill, to heal his injuries. This time, many people rushed over, and the leaders were these super experts. Look, it was Yu Quan and Mo Xiao. They were all people on the pilgrimage list. Exclamations sounded one after another. However, some people said that Yu Quan was no longer a person on the pilgrimage list. He was trampled down by Lin Wudi. Oh, I almost forgot. Those people around me were talking about it. When Yu Quan heard this, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, he had completely become a joke now. Therefore, this stimulated him even more, making him even more eager to get this pill. In an instant, these people came nearby. Yu Quan stared ahead and gritted his teeth. Little Taoist, hand over the pill. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. That's right, hand it over. Mo Xiao also said coldly. Wan Jinni's expression was even colder. Qin Xianer and the others all came. They all attached great importance to this pill. Lin Xian, playing with a pill in his hand, raised the corner of his mouth with a smile. He didn't expect that there really was a treasure. This pill was extraordinary. Moreover, it was a soul-type pill, which was even rarer. How could he give it to these people? Immediately, he turned his palm and put it away. Everyone, what are you here for? He said indifferently. Damn it, how dare you? Yu Quan roared. Hurry up and hand it over. Mo Xiao also went crazy and screamed. Wan Jinni didn't say anything, but the murderous aura emitted from his body became even colder. Qin Xianer, on the other hand, laughed coquettishly. Her charming eyes were like silk, and her whole body exuded infinite charm as she slowly walked forward. Little Taoist, give the pill to me. I can make you very happy." As she said that, her eyes sparkled. The surrounding sages swallowed their saliva crazily. Many of them even spat out blood. If it were them, they would definitely hand over the pill. If they could have something to do with Qin Xianer, their lives would be worth it. Lin Xian smiled. The other party's charming technique was very powerful, but he was always vigilant. The great dragon sword soul in his body had long been activated. It destroyed all the illusions, charms, and techniques. "Beauty, I advise you not to come any closer. Otherwise, if you enter my array, I'm afraid you will be turned into ashes." Hearing this, Qin Xianer also stopped. She also knew that the other party's array was indeed terrifying. Therefore, she didn't go forward. Instead, she put on a resentful expression. "You silly Taoist, you're too unromantic. I'm afraid you still don't know what a man is. Let me in. I'll let you know what a real man is." Chapter 4082. However, no matter what Qin Xianer said or what kind of charm she cast, Lin Xian had no reaction at all. Qin Xianer couldn't believe it. In the end, she was so angry that her teeth itched. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Qin Xianer's charm was so terrifying that even a late minor saint wouldn't dare to fight against it. They could only run away. However, the little Taoist in front of them didn't have any reaction at all. Everyone couldn't believe it. Even those saints who were watching the battle felt their blood explode. They all ran away, not daring to look at it. If this continued, they would definitely explode and die. "Stop talking nonsense with him and attack him directly." Yuquan roared and took the lead. He couldn't wait any longer. The power of desolation spread out, turning him into an emperor of war god. Lin Xian sneered. Yuquan wasn't a match for him even when he was in his peak condition, let alone now when he was injured. He stomped his foot, and the formation under his feet surged rapidly. 2 giant stone hands flew out and slapped at Yuquan. This formation wasn't set up by him. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. He was just controlling it now. Therefore, the power of the formation was far beyond their imagination. Yuquan was sent flying in an instant, spurting out blood. There were even cracks on his body. What? The surrounding people were stunned. Although Yuquan was defeated by Lin Wudi and fell out of the pilgrim list, his strength was still there. He was still in existence that countless people looked up to. But at this moment he was injured in an instant. It was unbelievable. What kind of formation was this? Mo Xiao shouted coldly. The yellow spring picture was thrown out. Endless yellow spring, water gushed out, turning into an army of yellow spring, covering the sky and earth. The scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the formation and waved his hand. The formation was activated again. 2 giant stone hands kept attacking, sweeping in all directions. The yellow spring picture was also sent flying. Mo Xiao's qi and blood were boiling. His face was filled with anger. Although he was surprised that Yuquan was sent flying, he wasn't afraid because it was already considered good if Yuquan could exert half of his strength. But what about him? He was in his peak condition. However, he still couldn't defeat Lin Xian. It was unbelievable. Wang. At this moment, Wan Jinni made his move. With a slash of his sword, Zhao Yao reached the 9 heavens. It was Wan Jinni. He had made his move. That Taoist priest would definitely not be able to block it. This was what everyone thought. Even Yuquan and Mo Xiao had the same thought. The gap between the two of them and Wan Jinni was huge. Wang. Within the array formation, 2 large stone palms slapped towards the huge sword. Then he grabbed the sword chi. What? He blocked it. He actually withstood Wan Jinni's sword. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. Even Wan Jinni's expression changed. Who was this person? He looked so young. Could it be that he was a junior? But among the younger generation, was there anyone who could block his sword? If he wasn't, then he must be an old monster. He could accept an old monster. But if it was really a young man, he would never accept it even if he was beaten to death. He was such a proud man. Previously, he had fought Ancient Wind, a space element sage, to a standstill. This was enough to show how powerful he was. The surrounding people were screaming crazily. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets, especially Qin Xianer, Yu Quan, Emotio, and the others. They had fought Wan Jinni before. Naturally, they knew how terrifying he was. Wang. At this moment, within the array formation, the void suddenly split open. A figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Gu Feng. Heavens! He had actually used his space element mystique to get close to the opponent. This was great. No matter how strong the opponent was, he wouldn't be able to block a space element expert. Countless screams rang out. Even Wan Jinni and the others narrowed their eyes. They had to admit that the space element mystique was too powerful. He could directly kill his way in. Lin Xian was also shocked. Gu Feng? He didn't expect him to make a move. Moreover, he had come to his side. Gu Feng's expression was cold. All right, everything was over. He grabbed Lin Xian's head with one of his palms. Moreover, the surrounding void was instantly sealed. It was impossible for the opponent to escape. He couldn't even move his fingers. In this way, the opponent wouldn't be able to use this array formation. Just when everyone thought that Gu Feng would be able to capture the opponent, something strange happened again. At the critical moment, Lin Xian activated the void escape and disappeared instantly. Therefore, Gu Feng had grabbed nothing this time. Gu Feng was also stunned. Someone had actually managed to escape from his void imprisonment. This was the first time this had happened. Moreover, the way the opponent disappeared was too strange. It was as if the space had moved. You also know space element mystique? Gu Feng asked coldly. At this moment, many spatial cracks appeared on his body. It seemed that he was completely shocked and angry. When the surrounding people heard this, they screamed even more. Space element mystique. Could it be that this little Taoist was also a space element sage? Heavens, isn't this too unbelievable? Space element mystique was very rare. They didn't expect that other than Gu Feng, there would be another one here. Wang. Lin Xian appeared on the other side of the array formation. At this moment, several spatial cracks slashed towards him. At the same time, even more terrifying space element mystique descended. He could only activate the void escape to dodge. However, this time, Gu Feng screamed again. The void escape is my Gu clan's mystique. Who are you? Why did you return my Gu clan's mystique? He was really too shocked. Could it be that this person was from the Gu clan? That shouldn't be. He had never heard of it. Then, this person must have stolen the Gu clan's mystique. He absolutely wouldn't allow the Gu clan's mystique to be leaked. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. This Gu Feng was very powerful. He had only used it twice, and the other party had recognized it. He knew that he couldn't let this continue. I'll give you one last chance. Speak. Who are you? Gu Feng walked forward. The other few people also came forward to press on. Qin Xianer, Wan Jinni, Yu Quan, Emotio, and Gu Feng. The 5 experts on the pilgrimage list had all come. Aside from Chao Tiansheng, who was still watching the battle, these people were all going to attack. The surrounding people spat. With so many experts attacking together, even if the other party was a holy venerate, he probably wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Lin Xian pretended to be unfathomable and recited a Taoist name. The next moment, he activated the array formation with all his strength. Boom! The space where the array formation was suddenly opened. Endless energy shattered the entire void. He did this to prevent these people from joining hands. Moreover, he did this to prevent Gu Feng. This was because Gu Feng's space element mystique was stronger than his. It was the purest monarch clan mystique. Only by completely shattering the void could he prevent the other party from approaching. Boom! Boom! Wan, Jinni, Qin Xianer, and the other three were all blasted away by the array formation's energy. Gufeng used his space element Mystique to try to get closer. In the end, he also retreated with a cold expression. The other party was too ruthless. He had no space to use. Chapter 4083. He blocked it. The other party had actually blocked the attacks of 5 top-notch experts by himself. It was unbelievable. Is he really a Saint Venerable? Or could it be that the other party's attainments and formations had already reached such a terrifying level? Damn it! Let's join hands! Mo Xiu roared. Wan Jianyi too. His expression was cold. I don't believe that you can withstand our attacks. Next, they were going to use their true trump card. However, at this moment a voice was heard. Stop! Wan, Jianyi, Gufeng, and the others stopped and turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. The surrounding people also turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw Grandmaster Spirit Turtle and 3 minor saints walking towards them. What's going on? Why are these people here? Didn't they break the seal of the Dawnfall Peak? The surrounding people were puzzled. Wan Jianyi and the others also frowned. Yu Quan smiled and said, Elder, it's great that you're here. Help me take him down. I must get that divine pill. Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. The others' eyelids twitched. With a Saint Venerable here, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get it. However, the Saint Venerable of Great Desolate Mansion frowned and said, Yu Quan, don't be so agitated. Don't be rude to Grandmaster. What? Yu Quan was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. A Saint Venerable was calling a young man Grandmaster. This scene was really too strange. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he smiled. He knew what the other party was planning. It seemed like the other party had taken the bait. The Saint Venerable of Great Desolate Mansion was called Saint Venerable Huangming. He looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian put on a cold expression and nodded slightly. Saint Venerable Huangming was a little unhappy. The other party's attitude was too arrogant, but he didn't say anything, because this was a critical period. They needed a Grandmaster to help them break the seal. The Dawnfall Peak. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle also walked up and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? Which sect are you from? Immeasurable Heavenly Venerable. Lin Xian called out his Taoist name again. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle was confused. Which holy city was this Taoist name from? Why didn't he know? Lin Xian said, You wouldn't know where I came from even if I told you. Why don't you tell me what your goal is? What an arrogant person. The great Master Spirit Turtle was displeased as well. However, they really did need his help right now. So he could only swallow his anger and wait until he deciphered the Dawnfall Peak before settling the score with Qin Shi and letting Qin Shi know what reverence was. Fellow Taoist, are you here for the Dawnfall Peak? If that's the case, we can work together. You might be skilled in formations, but the Dawnfall Peak is very mysterious and difficult to conquer. It would take a very long time for one person to break the formation. If we join forces, we can break the formation in the shortest time possible. That's right. Fellow Taoist, let's work together. Don't you want to go in? Holy Sovereign Huangming also advised from the side. All right, I can work together with everyone. Lin Xian felt that it was about time and nodded. Is that true? That's great. Master Spirit Turtle, Sacred Highness Huangming, and the others smiled. Master, this way please. They respectfully invited Lin Xian to leave. Gufeng, Wan Jianyi, and the others looked extremely cold. Their elders and Sacred Highness had personally gone on a blind date. They could not do anything to him, let alone take revenge. Therefore, they could only endure it. Under the invitation of Master Spirit Turtle and the 3 Sacred Highnesses, Lin Xian came to the Dawnfall Peak. During this period, he had been recalling the information about the Dawnfall Peak's formation on the map. Soon, his lips curled into a smile. He believed that he should be able to control it with his strength. What do you think, Master? Do you have any ideas? Sacred Highness Huangming asked from the side. Lin Xian took a closer look. He already knew what to do, but he had to pretend to be very serious. After a while, he said, I do have an idea. Please tell us. These people were excited. Next, Lin Xian spoke of a plan as if he was talking about the world. Of course, he did not say what he was hiding. He was waiting to dig a hole for these people to jump into. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the crowd became extremely excited. The reason for that was because what Lin Xian said was true. Even Master Spirit Turtle kept praising him. There was such a way to crack the formation. God, why didn't he think of it before? He looked at Lin Xian and was more and more shocked. This person's attainment in formations was above his. Next, these people began to crack the formation. According to Lin Xian's plan, after about 3 days, the formation was cracked a little. These people became even more excited. After half a month, more and more of the formation was cracked. Finally, the first layer of the formation was cracked. This is great. When the formation was cracked, the surrounding people all cheered. Master, Spirit Turtle, and the 3 Sacred Highnesses were also smiling. In less than a month, they had cracked the first layer of the formation. This was much faster than they had imagined, because according to their original plan, it would take at least 3 months to half a year to crack the first layer. Now, the time had been shortened by too much. Next, it was time to crack the second layer. In other words, Lin Xian really began to dig a hole. Sure enough, after 3 days, these people frowned. In the next moment, they screamed in pain. No, Master Spirit Turtle was the first to be alert and wanted to escape, but he was still entangled by the formation. In an instant, he was pulled into the formation. The other 3 Sacred Highnesses were the same. They were trapped by the formation. Lin Xian naturally had no problem, but he also had to pretend to be trapped, because back then there were 9 Sacred Highnesses in the first palace. Now only 3 had come. There were still 6 who had not appeared. He did not know if these people would come or not. Therefore, he had to pretend to lure out the few Saint Venerables who were hiding. Then he would break the formation. Damn it, how could it be like this? Sacred Highness Huang Ming roared crazily. Master Spirit Turtle's expression changed drastically. He thought that Lin Xian was setting them up. However, when he saw Lin Xian also enter the formation, he breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, "What's going on?" Lin Xian said, "I don't know. My deciphering should be correct. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to crack the first layer. This second layer of the formation must have many layers of traps. Don't panic, let me crack it." The others did not suspect anything. After all, the level of formation that Lin Xian had shown before had already shocked them. Therefore, they all pinned their hopes on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not intend to crack the formation at all. Instead, he secretly activated the formation. Not long after, the 3 Sacred Highnesses screamed because they found that cracks had appeared on their bodies. Their blood flowed into the formation. "Oh no, this thing is sucking blood. Damn it, what's going on?" These people were stunned. Chapter 4084. Lin Xian also pretended to be pale. "No, my blood is being sucked too. Damn it." These people struggled madly, but it was useless. They were trapped. Elders. Below, the people from the holy city saw this scene and also rushed up. Wan, Jenny, Yuquan, Emoshio, and the others frowned. "Elders, what's going on? Are you all right?" They were too worried. The Saint Quasi being trapped was a serious blow to them. "Don't come over. This formation is too strange. You'll be trapped if you come over." Those holy venerables roared crazily. "Wait, with our means, we should be able to break it." Buzz! Buzz! Juan, Jenny, Emoshio, and the others retreated and waited anxiously. They could only pin their hopes on the other party now. However, 2 days later, a more powerful figure descended from the void. It was a holy venerable. Other holy venerables. That's right. Other holy venerables appeared one after another. "Great, you're here. Hurry up and save us." Saint Venerable, White exclaimed, and the others quickly followed suit. Hurry up and help. For Holy Venerables came from the sky. When they saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. The Holy Venerables were trapped? They didn't act rashly. Instead, they lingered nearby. They studied carefully. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save us. Holy Venerable Huangming of Great Desolate Mansion roared. What are you panicking for? A Holy Venerable of Thunder God City said, It's such a dangerous formation. We have to investigate it carefully. Damn it. These people understood that the other party didn't want to save them. Grand Master Spirit Turtle and the 3 Holy Venerables looked gloomy. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that these Holy Venerables had their own schemes. Moreover, only 4 of them came. He didn't know if the other 2 were here. It seemed that he had to think of a way to attract them. He secretly tore open a part of the formation, allowing the thing inside to be released. Sure enough, when the aura and light came out of the formation, the 4 Holy Venerables were completely stunned. This aura? It must be something left behind by the Holy King. I must get it. In fact, even the last 2 sacred venerates who had been hiding had appeared. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed like everyone was here. Great Master, Spirit Turtle, and the others now had hope. With such a treasure, these people would definitely be able to crack the formation. Once the formation was broken, they would be rescued. Sure enough, after the 6 Holy Venerables discussed, they joined hands and said, Everyone, please calm down. We will break the formation now. The 6 of them joined forces and attacked non-stop. Although these sacred venerates were not specialized array masters, they had lived for thousands of years. Furthermore, he was knowledgeable and had a certain level of attainment in formations. Moreover, their strength was great. Part of them relied on formations to break through, while the other part relied on brute force to break through. Their might was truly terrifying. However, they still underestimated this formation. When they approached the array formation and were about to completely break it, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The 6 Holy Venerates were also pulled into the formation and screamed crazily. What's going on? In the distance, Wan Jianyi, Qin Xianer, and the others also turned pale when they saw the scene. There was no need to even mention the saints around him. This array formation was too strange. They all distanced themselves from it. After the 6 Holy Venerates entered, they struggled crazily and roared, trying to break free. However, they were suppressed by a force. Otherwise, they felt that cracks had appeared on their bodies. The holy blood in their bodies was being extracted and absorbed into the array formation. Damn it, the array formation can suck blood. Damn it, could this be the 3,000 blood soul array? Finally, Great Master Spirit Turtle screamed in horror. He had been very suspicious before, but now that he saw this scene, he was once again certain. The other Holy Venerates also screamed crazily when they heard this. The 3,000 blood soul array. Then won't we be sucked dry? They were all crazy. Great Master, quickly think of a way. They all looked at Great Master Spirit Turtle. Great Master Spirit Turtle shook his head. I don't know how to break this array formation. What? Those Holy Venerates were in despair. However, at this moment, Great Master Spirit Turtle looked at Lin Xian. Fellow Taoist, you must have a way. Holy Venerate 100, Holy Venerate Huangming, and the others also came over. You must help us. The others instantly understood that Lin Xian was an expert in formations. So they immediately said, As long as Great Master can save us, I will definitely get whatever you want. Yes, I will give Great Master a Sun-class holy artifact. You only have 1, but I will give you 2. Great Master, please help us. Great Master, if you can break the array formation, I will give you half of the things inside. Those Holy Venerates gritted their teeth. They had started to give him all kinds of benefits. As long as he could break the array formation, they would no longer need him. Therefore, the benefits that they were giving now were all fake. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this. It's not that I can't help you, but why should I help you? Just because of these things? Sorry, I'm not interested. What's going on? Those holy venerates were stunned. Great Master Spirit Turtle also said, Fellow Taoist, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if you don't like these things, you have to break the array formation. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Lin Xian laughed out loud when he heard this. My life is in danger? Are you retarded? Who told you that my life is in danger? As he spoke, he stepped out of the formation with a single step. His originally pale complexion also became rosy. How is this possible? The 9 holy venerates were all stunned. The other party was completely fine. Moreover, the other party had left the array formation in an instant. Great Master, save me! Those people screamed crazily. Great Master Spirit Turtle's pupils constricted. Damn it, this is your trap. You want to trick us. He finally found the key to the problem. Previously, the other party's face was pale, and he was trapped in fear. He was obviously lying to them. That's right. It seems that you are not that stupid. He looked at the 9 holy venerates and said, As for you, don't expect us to save you. The array formation requires extremely strong blood energy to break, and your sacred blood is very suitable for it. What? This person came for us from the beginning. The 9 holy venerates' expressions became extremely ugly. The other party's target was them. No matter what benefits they promised him, it was useless. Damned brat, who are you? Why did you set us up? Those holy venerates gritted their teeth and asked. Lin Xian laughed. Who am I? I'm afraid you won't be able to figure it out in your lifetime. As for why I set you up, it's very simple. It's because I don't like you. Are you satisfied with this reason? Brat, don't let us out. Otherwise, we will tear you to pieces. Yes, I will peel off your skin and pull out your bones so that you will never be reincarnated. Holy Venerate Huangming also roared crazily. I am so scared. Lin Xian strolled leisurely in the array formation. He came in front of Holy Venerate Huangming. Were you threatening me just now? After saying that, he kicked the other party's face. Bang! A low sound was heard. This kick was very painful. Holy Venerate Huangming and Holy Venerate Huangming's head kept shaking from the kick. The surrounding people were stunned. What is he doing? He is stepping on another Holy Venerate's face. Chapter 4085. All of them were stunned. This was unimaginable. Holy Sovereign Huangming was also stunned, but he soon came back to his senses and screamed crazily. Damn brat! How dare you touch me? So what? Yours truly will kick you to death. Lin Xian snorted and kicked out again. Bam! 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 Huangming's head shook like a rattle drum. His face was full of shoe prints. These attacks couldn't hurt him. He was a saint sovereign, and his defense was super strong. However, these attacks were driving him crazy. This was no longer slapping his face. This was trampling on his face. He was a saint sovereign. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Damn brat! Before he could finish his words, another kick came flying at him. Lin Xian pressed down hard on the man's face a few times and stuffed his mouth shut. What can you do to me? You're a prisoner now. You'd better say something nice. Beg yours truly, or I'll kill you. The surrounding holy venerables were also stunned. Heavens! What kind of person is this? He's too arrogant. Is he not afraid of them coming out to seek revenge? However, no one dared to threaten him anymore. After all, they didn't want their faces to be trampled on. Damn it! Yu Quan, come and kill him for me. The saint sovereign of the great desolate mansion roared. Yu Quan rushed over when he saw this. He wasn't the only one. Wan, Jenny, Mo Xiao, and the others flew over as well. Elder, you want to save me? Do you want to come over? Lin Xian turned around and sneered. If you don't want to be trapped in the array, come over. The moment these words came out, all of them stopped. Their faces turned ugly. That's right. This array could even trap saint sovereigns, let alone them. Old man, do you think it's possible to ask for help? Lin Xian slapped Holy Venerable Huang Ming across the face, causing his face to turn red. With a bang, the lower half of his body exploded. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Lin Xian secretly controlled the formation to absorb all the sacred blood. He stepped on Saint Huang Ming's head with one foot and looked at the surrounding saint sovereigns. Tell me, what do you plan to use to please me? Hearing that, the other holy venerates nearly went crazy. Holy Sage Huang Ming was even more furious. Was this guy treating him like a piece of wood? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and wanted to roar. But Lin Xian kicked him in the face and shut him up. At the same time, he sat on the other party's head. You can be a stool for now. Then he looked to these people. If you all do not wish to end up like him, obediently hand over the treasures on your body. Also, I want each of you to recite your cultivation experiences to me, especially your comprehension of the Great Tao. If there was even a slight mistake, I can guarantee that your end would be even worse than his. The 8 holy venerates nearly went crazy. Was this robbing them? No one had ever dared to do such a thing. Not only did the other party have designs on their treasures, they even wanted their comprehension of the Great Tao. It was something that they had comprehended after thousands of years of experience and countless battles. It was extremely precious. They could not even bear to give such precious comprehension to their own disciples. But now they wanted to give it to this detestable little Taoist in front of them. What, you're not willing? Lin Xian slapped the face of the Holy Venerate beside him. The Holy Venerate beside him was Holy Venerate White. His face turned red from the slap, and the imprint of 5 palms appeared on his face. Holy Venerate White spat out a mouthful of blood. Arg, I'll fight it out with you. He wanted to channel his strength and attack crazily. However, the formation had locked them down firmly. Not to mention counterattacking, they were also bleeding, so there was no way they could fight back. Lin Xian stepped on the other party's face. Old thing, it seems like you're doubting yours truly's words. Since that's the case, I'll let you enjoy this treatment. Lin Xian hated the Holy Venerate of the great, desolate mansion the most now. The other party had already been tortured to the point of exploding. Next was Holy Venerate White. He wanted to take advantage of his seniority to attack Lin Xian with his powerful strength. If Lin Xian had not taken out the unparalleled token and summoned the unparalleled Sage King's phantom, Lin Xian would have been in danger. Now that he had the chance to take revenge, how could he show mercy? Lin Xian used both his hands and feet to slap the other party's face. Soon, blood flowed everywhere. It was a miserable sight. Next were the holy venerates of the Thunder God City and the 1,000 Demon City. In short, the elders of the holy city who had chased after Lin Xian were all tortured. It was worse than killing them. Outside the formation, Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, Wan Jinni, and the others were about to go crazy. These were the high and mighty holy venerates who were respected by thousands of people. Now they were being tortured to such a state. Of course, such attacks could not cause any physical harm to these holy venerates. However, their faces were damaged and their souls were damaged. That was a critical hit. For such a big shot, such torture was worse than death. I'll talk. Don't do it, the remaining holy venerates said hurriedly. We're willing to hand over all our treasures and our insights. Please stop. Please don't torture us. Very good. It seems that my previous attack was very effective. Listen carefully. Lin Xian sat on Holy Venerate Huang Ming's head again and began to listen. Those holy venerates had no choice but to share their comprehensions of the Great Tao. Lin Xian listened carefully, not letting go of any detail. This kind of thing was too precious. It was comprehended through countless battles. If he could obtain it, it would allow him to take fewer detours in his comprehension of the great Tao. After listening to the great Tao comprehensions of the three holy venerates, Lin Xian took a deep breath. Some of the things that he did not understand in the past were suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the great Tao could be walked in this way. As expected of a holy venerate, Lin Xian's understanding of the great Tao was much stronger than theirs. All right, you guys. Lin Xian looked at holy venerate by the holy venerates of 1,000 Sword Pavilion and the others. Those holy venerates gritted their teeth. At first, they wanted to take advantage of the situation or make up some nonsense. However, they underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Lin Xian's comprehension of the great Tao was very deep to begin with. In addition, he had listened to the holy venerates before. Therefore, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he gave them another round of slaps. These people felt like dying. After that, they did not dare to act rashly again. All right, Great Master Spirit Turtle, it's your turn. Tell me about your array formation. Great Master Spirit Turtle's attainments in array formations were indeed very strong. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to hear about it. The Spirit Turtle Master had no choice but to share his understanding of formations with Lin Xian. Lin Xian then compared his understanding of formations with his own. He silently increased the strength of the array formation. After a round, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged to absorb and digest the knowledge. However, the bodies of those holy venerates kept trembling. During this period, they felt that a portion of their holy blood was being sucked away. They had all become weak. If this continued, they would be sucked dry. However, no one dared to say anything. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes again. Very good. Are you done with your great Tao comprehensions? Hand over the treasures. Those holy venerates cried. They had thought that the nightmare was over. Who would have thought that the nightmare had just begun? Chapter 4086. These were all sacred venerables. They had treasures on them. Now that there was a chance, how could Lin Xian let it go? However, he did not want the sacred artifacts. These sacred venerables had powerful souls, and the sacred artifacts had been with them for thousands of years. It would be too difficult to erase the soul imprint on them. He did not have the time now. Therefore, his target was all kinds of natural treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous cultivation techniques. There was no other way. These sacred venerables were meat on the chopping block. They had even handed over their comprehension of the great Tao, so it was impossible for them to resist. Therefore, Lin Xian plundered many good things from them. These sacred venerables were in so much pain that tears flowed out. In the distance, Wan Jinny and Mo Xiu and the others saw the scene, and their eyes almost popped out. Compared to the sacred venerables, their wealth was still a little lacking. Now, the other party had robbed the treasures of 9 sacred venerables. This was simply a shocking amount of wealth. However, they could only be jealous and did not dare to make a move. With this array, the other party was simply an invincible existence. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Where did he come from? Why had they never heard of him before? These people's eyes flickered as they began to think. Even the sacred venerables were gnashing their teeth. Among them, Great Master Spirit Turtle thought of a person. Could it be that kid? What shocked him in terms of arrays was that he had met someone before, and that was Lin Xian. However, it was impossible. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not be so strong. He dared to rob 9 sacred venerables. He shook his head and suppressed this thought because he really could not accept it. Lin Xian had obtained a heart from a sacred venerate in the 1,000 Demon City. It was a powerful heart, and it was full of vitality. Lin Xian guessed that it should be the heart of a sacred venerate. It contained powerful energy. If he continued to absorb it, he could increase his vitality and strengthen his physique. Although it was surrounded by demonic qi and he might not be able to use it. He could leave it for the Crimson Dragon or the North Demon. Thinking of this, he put it away with satisfaction. Then he received another treasure from the sacred Venerate in the Thunder God City. It was a bronze cauldron with some liquid inside. It was Thunder Spirit liquid. It was a very precious Lightning Dao treasure. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. When it was the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's turn, he was so happy that he almost jumped up in excitement. That was because he had obtained the cultivation method of the 10,000 swords returned to origin from this holy venerate. No, I can't give this to you. Wan Jiang's holy venerables screamed crazily. If you want to cultivate, you will be chased to the 9th heaven and 10th earth. Shut up. Lin Xian kicked him in the face. The face of the myriad swords pavilion's saint was covered with shoe prints. The saint screamed crazily, "You will regret it if you touch this thing." This was the peerless secret technique of their sword pavilion. How could it possibly be leaked out? Humph! If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for bringing that thing with you. Otherwise, how could I have possibly obtained it? After Lin Xian took it, a cold smile appeared on his face. Great, he had already seen many 10,000 swords return to origin. Previously, he had seen the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, Sword Dawn, and then 10,000 swords. Every single one of them displayed extremely powerful strength. This 10,000 swords returned to origin moved him. He knew that it was very difficult to obtain such a secret technique, but he did not expect to get it now. The 10,000 swords pavilion's holy venerables wanted to die. How could he have known that he would be trapped? One had to know that he was a holy venerables. He was very powerful. Who would dare to set a trap to trap him? Even if he was trapped, would he dare to learn the 10,000 swords return to origin? Once he learned it, he would be hunted down by the entire 10,000 swords pavilion. Lin Xian did not care. If he did not learn it, would these people not kill him? What a joke! Only by constantly increasing one's strength could one survive in this chaotic world. Therefore, he took the 10,000 swords returned to origin without hesitation. Then he looked at Great Master Spirit Turtle. "It's your turn. What are you going to give me in exchange? If it's not good, don't blame me for being rude." Indeed, those 9 people were holy venerables, but Great Master Spirit Turtle was only one. He was a middle minor saint. The treasures in his hands were definitely not as good as those holy venerables. Great Master Spirit Turtle's scalp went numb. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "I have an ancient scroll. There is a formation recorded on it. It will definitely satisfy you." Oh, Lin Xian took out a scroll from the other party's storage ring. It was indeed very ancient. After opening it, his eyes lit up. Heaven-breaking formation Dao. This was a formation. It was an offensive formation. With its tyrannical power, it could break other formations. No wonder Great Master Spirit Turtle was so powerful. He dared to come to such a dangerous place like the Moon Mirror Lake alone. And he even succeeded. It turned out that he was using the heaven-breaking formation Dao. This was also an incredible treasure. If he went to other places after cultivating it, the speed and efficiency of breaking the array formations would be much faster. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Very good. This was a great harvest. He had obtained all kinds of treasures, and they were all the best. Among them, he was most delighted with the sect returning swords and the heaven-breaking formation Dao. As for the other treasures, he could also cultivate them and give them to the Morong Ching Cheng, the Crimson Dragon, and the others. Damn brat, we've given you everything. Can you let us go now? Great Master Huang Ming gritted his teeth and said. The others asked one after another. Lin Xian said, "I can let you go, but not now. When the formation has sucked enough of your blood, I'll let you go." What? Hearing this, these people went crazy. Damn brat, you're going back on your words. Damn it, I'll never forgive you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How am I going back on my words? I said that I won't torture you if you hand over the treasures. But when did I say that I'll let you go? Moreover, I didn't say that I won't let you go. It's just that we didn't agree on the time. I didn't say that I'll let you go immediately. Those sacred venerables were so angry that they vomited blood and roared. In the end, they were slapped a few more times. The other sacred venerables also became obedient. They could only grit their teeth. Damn it, don't let us out, or you'll be dead. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered. During this period of time, he had been torturing these sacred venerables every day. It was very satisfying, and the resentment in his heart had also been vented. Moreover, these sacred venerables had coarse skin and thick flesh. Their defense was very strong. They had even beaten his arm until it was numb. So he couldn't be bothered to torture them. It was better to study the great Tao insights and various treasures that he had obtained to improve himself. As for the revenge of these sacred venerables, what a joke. He wasn't afraid here. The formations here could be used by him. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Lin Xian came to the side, sat down cross-legged, and took a deep breath. He first took out the crimson pill and swallowed it. This was a pill that could strengthen one's soul. It was very precious and rare. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Chapter 4087. After swallowing it, Lin Xian felt his soul being nourished. He completely absorbed the medicinal power. 5 days later, he opened his eyes. It was indeed a good thing. He felt that his soul was stronger than before. This way, the power of his eye technique would also increase. Lin Xian's soul was originally very strong. In the past, his eye technique was equivalent to a late small saint. Now, it was close to that of a holy venerable. This had become one of his trump cards. Next, he relied on his powerful soul to multitask. He even created several clones and began to cultivate and organize different things. Some clones comprehended the great Tao law, while others read the return to origin scrolls. Some disappeared directly. In fact, they entered the Great Sage Tower to deal with some things, such as the Heavenly Dipper Sword. Previously, Lin Xian had obtained a set of battle swords from the Golden Crow clan's 6th prince. He didn't have the time to refine it. Now he had to deal with it properly. If this battle sword was combined with his sword technique, it would be extremely powerful. The surrounding people were speechless when they saw Lin Xian creating many clones to do different things. At first, they were disdainful. What a joke! This would definitely lead to qi deviation. People like Wan Jinni could create clones, but very few people did so. That was because, at this level, cultivation was truly too difficult. Who didn't give it their all? However, Lin Xian could create clones. Splitting his energy like this was destined to be a failure. How could they know that Lin Xian's soul was far stronger than theirs? That was why they dared to do so. Time passed slowly. Wan Jinni and the others didn't dare to approach. However, the 9 holy venerables and Grand Master Spirit Turtle screamed every day. Towards the end, they became more and more frightened. Almost half of their blood had been taken away. At this moment, their bodies were withered and their faces were pale. They looked like dried corpses. If this continued, they would really die. After another half a month, only 1/5 of their blood was left in their bodies. These people were completely terrified. They started to beg for mercy. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He focused on his own things. Finally, one day, with a boom, the entire formation shattered like a mirror, emitting cracking sounds. What's going on? What happened? Wan, Jinni, and Mo Xiao and the others were extremely anxious. Every day, they would observe the elders' condition. The changes that happened in the past day made them even more nervous. Gu Feng said, "The formation seemed to have been activated." What? Really? Wan Jinni and Mo Xiaochuan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Had their elders been saved? Lin Xian also opened his eyes and recalled his clones. His eyes flickered. Had it finally opened? To be honest, he was also a little excited, because Dawnfall Peak really did have a guarantee. The 9 sacred venerables and Grand Master Spirit Turtle were in despair. But the activation of the formation gave them hope again. Great, they were finally reborn. What about that little Taoist? They wanted to tear him to shreds. Following the destruction of the spirit formation, the bodies of those people began to loosen. Then they finally rushed out. Furious roars resounded throughout the world as they emitted terrifying killing intent. Die, brat! At the same time, a cold voice sounded. Disciples of the holy city, listen up. If you kill this little Taoist, you will be heavily rewarded. Kill. Those people in the distance received the order. Their eyes turned red as they quickly rushed over. The terrifying killing intent was earth-shattering. One by one, figures dashed toward Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian stood there, but he didn't care at all. Do you want to die? I'll help you. He raised his hand and slapped in front of him. He had the 9-yang divine body, but to hide his identity, he didn't let the golden light shine. However, this didn't mean that his strength had weakened. The sacred venerables at the front were instantly sent flying. Some of them directly exploded, and some had half of their bodies shattered. All kinds of miserable screams sounded. Lin Xian slapped dozens of figures as if he was swatting flies. The people behind him also stopped and sucked in cold air. Wasn't this power a little too strong? Step back. Wan Jinny and the others rushed over. Brat Dai, let's see how you can be arrogant without the formation. They gritted their teeth. Wan Jinny attacked, and terrifying sword energy lit up the sky. Mo Xiao and the others also attacked. The Yellow Springs diagram and various supernatural powers were used. Who said that I don't have a formation? Countless formations lit up under her feet, blocking all the attacks. Damn it, I'll do it. The 9 sacred venerables in the sky roared crazily. We have to deal with this brat personally. Wan Jinny and the others retreated, and the 9 sacred venerables rushed forward. They were really angry. They wanted to pay back the torture they had suffered these days 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Old things, do you want to be trapped? Lin Xian stomped his foot again, and the broken formation shone brightly once more. It seemed that there were endless chains rushing over. When the 9 sacred venerables saw this, they screamed crazily and ran away like dogs. Ha! Lin Xian laughed. You dare to call yourselves sacred venerables with such cowardice? Ridiculous. He passed through the formation and entered the Dawnfall Peak. Damn it! Damn it! The faces of the 9 sacred venerables turned green. The formation was broken. Just now, the other party was just using a camouflage to scare them. Let's go. We can't let that brat succeed. The 9 sacred venerables rushed in. Great Master Spirit, Turtle's face was also cold. He also moved quickly. The heaven-breaking formation path must not be leaked. Previously, he handed it over to save his life. Now that he was free, he wanted to take back the treasure. He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The sacred venerables of the Myriad Sword Pavilion, the sacred venerables of the Thunder God City, and the others all wanted to capture the other party and take back the treasure. Let's go to the back. Wan Jinny and the others also rushed in. They had spent so much effort to break the Sunset Peak. These people also rushed in. After entering, they found that there was actually an independent space inside. This green mountain realm was too magical. There was actually a world within a realm. This place was even more extraordinary. They could feel the aura of treasures. Look, what's that? Heavens, that's an immortal palace. Someone screamed. He saw that not far away, there were immortal palaces that fell heavily, as if they were the 9 heavens. Is that the Divine Medicine Institute? Someone else exclaimed. They found that on the other side, there was a spiritual herb garden. Each spiritual herb was tens of thousands of years old. The multicolored light and great Tao above were too terrifying, making one's heart flutter. What's that? Elixir Pavilion. There were countless medicinal pills floating in the air. Yu Quan looked to the other side, his heart trembling. Wan Jianni stared at a pagoda. There were countless treasured swords circling inside. One of them was very terrifying, like a divine sword. Chapter 4088. A peerless divine sword. His hands were trembling. As a swordsman, how could he not be moved when he saw such a treasured sword? For a moment, everyone seemed to have discovered an incredible treasure. Even the 9 sacred venerables and Grandmaster Spirit Turtle stopped chasing after them. Instead, they stood in the void, their eyes filled with a fiery red color. Heavens, is that the Thunder God's battle robe? The sacred venerables of Thunder God City found a battle robe in front of them. The aura of thunder on it made him so happy that he almost fainted. The people of Demon City were the first to scream. The true dragon divine medicine. I see the true dragon divine medicine. These sacred venerables also went crazy. Lin Xian also stopped. He was the first to enter, so he was also the first to discover it. However, what he saw was a throne. It floated above the 9 heavens, emitting endless light. It was as if sitting on it could surpass all worlds. He was too tempted. It was as if the great emperor realm that he dreamed of could be realized as long as he sat on this throne. He even couldn't help but want to walk forward. However, before he could take a few steps, the people behind him rushed in. Those screams and roars made him stop in his tracks. Lin Xian turned his head and looked behind him. He saw countless people. Their eyes were red, and they were all infatuated. He frowned. He felt that something was wrong. But what was wrong with it? He couldn't tell. He observed carefully. Suddenly, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He found that some people were obviously looking in one direction. However, the roars were all different. For example, in the east, some people saw a spiritual herb garden, while others saw a pagoda. Some people even saw a pill furnace. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around. In the next moment, he found that the scene he saw became hazy. It was like smoke that would dissipate at any time. What was going on? It wasn't enough. Lin Xian frantically operated his soul and activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying golden light burst out from his eyes. It was like a pair of God's eyes that pierced through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, he discovered that the Emperor's throne hanging above the 9 heavens had disappeared. It drifted away like green smoke, leaving nothing behind. The surrounding spirit, herb gardens, and pagodas had all disappeared. Fantasy. Was this all just a fantasy? Lin Xian took 2 steps back, cold sweat trickling down his back. It was too dangerous. He had been deceived just now. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here and he was agitated, he would have fallen into the trap of the illusion. He would never be able to escape in this lifetime. Who was this? Set it up? Was it the Qingshan Saint King? As expected of a holy king. His means were too frightening. Even those 9 holy venerates were unable to discover any flaws. It was only because he possessed the heavenly secret God eyes that he was able to see through everything. At this moment, those people roared, "Charge! Hurry up and grab it." They rushed in all directions. This is the spirit herb garden that I have my eyes on. Someone roared, unleashing terrifying lightning that covered the entire area. What spirit medicine garden? This is a pill pavilion. You want to steal my pills. On the other side, the terrifying demonic beasts rushed up, not backing down at all. These people's eyes were all bloodshot. Even one, Jenny, charged at the pagodas, hiding the countless divine swords. Gu Feng also went for the pagodas. Scram! You are not a swordsman. What are you doing here? Wan, Jinny instantly sent out countless strands of sword chi, cutting off the other party's path. However, Gu Feng appeared and disappeared mysteriously. What swordsman? This is clearly an astral pagoda that contains the secrets of the universe. It is very helpful to a spatial attributed expert like me. Are you trying to stop me? The 2 did not agree and they started fighting. It was not just the ordinary holy kings. The outstanding talents on the holy pilgrim ranking also entered the illusion. These holy kings did not know what was going on. They only fought crazily. It was not just them. Even the holy venerates' eyes shone with horrifying light. Scram, all of you! A pair of lightning wings appeared on the thunder god's back, covering the sky. As they flapped gently, boundless electric light illuminated the 9 heavens. Everywhere the lightning wings passed, the people close to them were sent flying. Although these holy venerates only had 1/5 of their holy blood left, their strength greatly reduced. However, they were still holy venerates. No matter how weak they were not people that others could fight against. The surrounding holy kings all retreated. They could not stop them. However, the other holy venerates also made their move. Endless purple light appeared on holy venerate Bai's body. He transformed into a purple palace. It was like an immortal palace as he charged over. Scram, do you think that I have my eyes on that lightning treasure? What lightning treasure? It is obviously more useful to me. These holy venerates also went crazy and started killing. In an instant, a great battle broke out. No one was spared. Even the great master spirit, Turtle, charged in a certain direction, like a madman. Qin Xianer, who usually charmed everyone, was also doing the same now. However, her eyes were also red. She was searching for the treasure. The only one who was still normal was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the crazy battle around him. His body was trembling. Wasn't it too terrifying? This was the illusion set up by the Green Mountain Holy King. It made the people who came in fight crazily. In the end, these people would not get anything. Moreover, they would kill each other and die together. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret divine eyes and saw through everything. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, he was clear-headed, but the others had all gone crazy. Finally, someone came to his side. Little Taoist Scram, are you trying to snatch my things? Emoshio had an endless army of skeletons above and below him. It was very terrifying. Kill! The Yellow Springs diagram rotated and turned into a Yellow Springs python that charged over. At the same time, the 1,000,000-strong army of skeletons roared crazily. The sky trembled and the earth shattered. This terrifying ability drowned Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram! The power in his body erupted and swept out. With one sword, iron chains crossed the river, spreading out in all directions with him as the center. The army of skeletons was directly cut in half when they encountered such a terrifying sword wave. They scattered all over the ground. At this moment, the Yellow Springs diagram that had turned into a golden python had already arrived in front of Lin Xian and wrapped around him. This immense killing force caused Lin Xian to feel his blood and qi churn. Go to hell. Without the formation, you're nothing. Mo Xiu laughed sinisterly. At this moment, he was like the god of death from the netherworld. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to kill me with this little attack? What a joke. So what if I don't have the formation? I'm also on the pilgrim list now. Yu Quan was defeated by him. He was also not afraid of Emoshio. Open. His body swept out. The Yellow Springs python's body kept twisting and then exploded. Endless Yellow Springs water scattered in all directions. Those saints who touched it screamed crazily. Their bodies quickly decayed and melted. Lin Xian stepped on the ground. You can actually block my Yellow Springs diagram. However, don't even think about snatching my treasure. What treasure? Lin Xian's face was cold. He realized that although he was clear-headed, these people were crazy. He was also caught up in this storm. Chapter 4089. Do you really think you can block my Yellow Springs? Let me show you what the real Yellow Springs is. At this moment, Mo Xiu attacked with all his strength. He was wearing the yellow complete map and holding the devil, trident, in his hand. He looked like the Grim Reaper of Hell, extremely powerful. The Yellow Springs sea was filled with a nauseating aura. The shattered skeletal army came back to life and quickly regrouped. The 1,000,000 skeletal army formed a terrifying skeletal creature. A total of 5 skeletons were formed. They rushed over together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The energy in his body burst out like an ocean, causing the entire world to shake violently. Boom! With a single slap, it was like 100,000 mountains, sending the surrounding sages flying. Heavens, this little Taoist is too strong. A trace of fear appeared in their red eyes. Previously, they only knew that the other party's array was powerful. But now, it seemed that it wasn't just an array. The other party's strength was also top-notch. Lin Xian and Mo Xiao fought fiercely. The two of them were evenly matched. They fought from the east to the west, from the south to the north. At this moment, a roar was heard. "Little Taoist, you want to snatch my divine sword? Go to hell." It turned out that they were fighting near the myriad sword intent. Wan Jenny thought that the other party was here to snatch the treasure, so he attacked instantly. Terrifying sword chi illuminated the sky. He kept attacking Lin Xian and Mo Xiao. The two of them could only defend quickly. Mo Xiao's Yellow Springs map swallowed the sword chi. Lin Xian's body swayed, dodging the sword chi. Those that couldn't dodge were sent flying by his fists. One had to admit that Wan Jinyi was too strong. He was much stronger than Yuquan. The other party was a late minor saint. Lin Xian's entire arm went numb after he was sent flying. It seemed that even though they were all on the pilgrim roll, there was still a huge gap between each member. Buzz! At this moment, Gu Feng suddenly appeared behind Lin Xian and pointed at him. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. Not good. This Gu Feng is here too, and he attacked me too. He instantly activated the void escape and disappeared into the void. However, Ancient Wind also disappeared. When he reappeared, he was still stuck to Lin Xian. "You won't be able to escape. I know my Gu clan's abilities better than you do." Gu Feng was similarly powerful, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Fortunately, Wan Jinyi was holding back Gu Feng, preventing him from using his full power. Otherwise, Lin Xian would really be in danger. Even so, he was still pulled into the vortex. A chaotic battle broke out between the 4 of them. Every strike was extremely terrifying. If one was slightly weaker, they would have died under this mystique. Humph! Lin Xian was also enraged. He was still a little Taoist, so there were some methods that he couldn't use. However, he would not sit still and wait for death. His soul had gone through a baptism and become stronger, so it was suitable for him to use techniques at this moment. In his eyes, a terrifying light blade flew out. It was a soul attack. In an instant, Wan Jinyi, Gu Feng, and the rest felt the impact. They clutched their heads and screamed. Lin Xian took the opportunity to pull away. His face was cold. To be honest, he didn't want to use his soul mystique because he was afraid that it would wake these people up. However, it seemed that he was worrying too much. Those people's faces were distorted. "You dare to use a soul attack on me? Damn it. I didn't expect you to have such a method." They were not prepared previously and suffered a huge loss. Even Gu Feng's expression was ugly. He knew spatial mystique, but the soul attack still injured him. This made him feel extremely humiliated. "Kid, I held back previously, so don't blame me for not being polite now." These 3 people were filled with monstrous killing intent. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that his soul attack couldn't wake these people up in the dream. Wasn't this dream too terrifying? The 3 of them attacked crazily. Lin Xian activated the void escape and kept dodging. At the same time, his soul attack also swept out crazily. A great battle broke out, and it was soul-stirring. Many of the people in the surroundings turned their heads and were stunned when they saw this scene. Heavens, was that little Taoist so strong? Get lost. At this moment, an even more terrifying sword light rushed over. It turned out to be the sword Venerable from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. His sword chi was even more terrifying than Wan Jianyi's. Gu Feng's pupils shrank. He instantly activated his spatial mystique and fled. Wan Jianyi used the 10,000 swords convergence to dodge. The demonic cultivator also used the underworld map to quickly retreat. Lin Xian saw this scene and also dodged crazily. However, the saint from the 10,000 swords pavilion had his eyes on him and chased after him crazily. Lin Xian's face was cold. Damn old thing. He quickly searched for information on the map in his mind. Humph. He rushed in a certain direction. Kid, you can't escape. I will tear you into pieces. Lin Xian didn't say a word. He used his speed to the extreme and arrived at that place. He stomped the ground. The surrounding array was reactivated and blocked the saint from the 10,000 swords pavilion. The saint roared crazily and counterattacked. However, he couldn't open the array at all. At the same time, the other saint charged over. It was a crazy battle. Gradually, some people were injured. Some people died, and their blood dyed the 9th level red. Heaven and earth sank. Those people had completely gone crazy. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. He searched for information on the map and used the array to escape underground. He quickly left. He walked in another direction. It was the direction of the 9th heaven. There were endless palaces there. They looked like immortal palaces. He rushed to that place and climbed up. When the people outside saw this scene, they shouted crazily, "Kill him!" The saint from the 10,000 swords pavilion rushed over. "Damn kid, how dare you? Get down! This is not a place where you can touch." These saint venerables were crazy. Many of them rushed over. They fought and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. He climbed up the 9th heaven and directly pushed open the door. With a boom, the aura of desolation flowed out and blew on Lin Xian's body, making a thunderous sound. Damn it! The eyes of those saint venerables turned red. They attacked without caring about anything. They wanted to climb up the 9th heaven. At this moment, a sigh was heard from the 9th heaven. What's the point of fighting in my dreams? Boom! 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 As the sound changed, the surrounding saint venerables were all sent flying. As for the other saints, they all retreated and vomited blood. Their faces were filled with horror. Who was it? Who was it? Could it be the Green Mountain Saint King? They were shocked and bewildered. Lin Xian was also surprised. He could come here because of the information on the map. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect it to lead to such a change. In the next moment, he saw a hazy figure floating out of the palace of the 9th heaven. This person was abnormally hazy, as if he was illuminated by green smoke. However, when he saw that face, Lin Xian's body trembled. This face was so familiar. Where had he seen it before? Chapter 4090. Suddenly his pupils constricted. This face was too similar to the young master of the Green Mountain clan. However, this was the face of a mature man, while the young master was only an 8 or 9-year-old child. However, the two of them looked exactly the same. Then he thought of the map that the young master had given him, allowing him to be like a fish in water here. Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly in pain. Could there be a connection between the two? He thought of a possibility. What shocked him even more was the other party's other words. What did he mean by fighting in his dream? Was this the other party's dream? He was not sure, and the people around him were not sure either. The 9 sacred venerables were also facing a great enemy. Was this the Green Mountain Sacred King? He was just a remnant soul. There was nothing to fear. Sigh. The Green Mountain Sacred King sighed. He did not make a move. Instead, he said faintly, an eternal dream had finally come to naught. As his voice fell, the surrounding spiritual herb gardens, pill pavilions, divine swords, and all kinds of treasures shattered and disappeared. The people around him screamed crazily, "My treasure! My treasured sword!" These people had all gone crazy. They rushed into the distance. In the end, they only caught a wisp of green smoke. One by one, they screamed at the sky and vomited blood. The 9 sacred venerables also vomited blood nonstop. Their faces were filled with fear. A dream! They had been in an illusion all this time. Could this really be the other party's dream? Was this the sacred king? The gap was too big. They fought desperately, but in the end, they were only in the other party's dream. No, I can't accept this. Sacred king, Huang Ming screamed. The sacred venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were the same. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. So what if it was a dream? That little Taoist priest had to be killed. A sword soared into the air. It was extremely powerful. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. This sword was too powerful. It was simply a fatal blow. At this moment, the Green Mountain Sacred King made his move. With a light slap, he shattered the sword. Then he grabbed the sacred venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The sacred venerable's body tensed up. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was too powerful. He could not even block a single move. It was impossible. It must be because he had lost too much blood. Yes, he was just a remnant soul. The sacred venerate of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared frantically. The other sacred venerates were also drooling. The Qingshan Sacred King's phantom said, "You're not welcome in my dream." After saying those words, he waved his hand and tossed the young man away. The void cracked open and swallowed the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's Saint Venerable. The screams of the Holy Venerable disappeared. The other sacred venerables also felt their scalps go numb. "You're not welcome in my dream either." Right after Shao Qin spoke, he tossed out the 8 holy venerates. The incomparably terrifying holy venerates, supreme existences, were as insignificant as ants in front of this illusion. They instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, the phantom of the Sage King slowly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Although there was no threat from the sacred master, he still felt very strange. Was this a dream or was it real? The surrounding people were also stunned. They realized that many of the treasures in their eyes had disappeared, but the 9 heavens in front of them had not disappeared. At this moment, Lin Xian was standing in the 9 heavens. "Damn it! Kill that kid!" Many people roared, "Kill!" Those people quickly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He turned around and entered the palace in front of him. Then the palace's gate slowly closed. Crack! 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 Everyone's attacks hit the 9 heavens, causing a deafening explosion. However, it did not have any effect at all. Not even a trace of a wave was raised. Damn it! Yu Quan, Emoshio, and the others gritted their teeth. Wan Jianni also looked unwilling. Gu Feng's eyes flickered. "I don't believe there's only one treasure in this place. Let's go find other places." One after another, they began to search in all directions. At the same time, outside the Dawnfall Peak, some figures were standing. The one standing at the front was Chao Tiansheng. The followers beside him asked, "Young master, are we not going in?" Chao Tiansheng shook his head. "We're not going in. The moon in the water is like a dream. We're going to other places." After saying that, he actually left with his followers. If the people inside heard this, they would definitely be stunned. Chao Tiansheng seemed to have seen through everything. Most people came to the Dawnfall Peak. Of course, not all of them. For example, Chao Tiansheng came and left. At the same time, Murong Qingcheng, Li Hongxiu, and the others were also crazily plundering resources and treasures. Inside the Dawnfall Peak, Wan Jinni and the others were searching crazily. Whenever there was a little harvest, they would fight. This time, the phantom of the Holy King did not appear again. The gate of the 9 Heavens Palace was tightly shut. After Lin Xian entered, he looked around curiously. He wanted to find the phantom of the Qingshan Holy King, but he could not find it at all. The surroundings were a little dark. Not long after he entered, He felt a little sleepy. He even yawned. What's going on? Why do I feel like sleeping so much? Lin Xian wanted to endure it, but the sleepiness overwhelmed him. He directly lay on the ground and fell asleep. He had a very, very long dream. In the dream, he became a peerless expert and swept across the 8 desolates. Not only that, he was also chased by countless people and became the enemy of the world. This dream was bizarre. There were some things that he had never seen before. There were some enemies that he had never thought of. He did not know how long this dream lasted. Outside, those people inside the Dawnfall Peak fought, but they did not find anything, so Wan Jinny and the others came out. They decided to search outside. However, the east and north had already been searched by Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. The south had been searched by Lin Xian and the others. Only the west was left. These people charged over and fought until the sky darkened. Finally, it seemed that the time was up. These people were all teleported out. Many people in Qingshan City were waiting. To be honest, they were very curious, especially when the 9 holy venerables were thrown out. These people's expressions were incomparably strange. Even the people of the Qingshan clan were stunned. Only the eyes of the Qingshan clan's leader flickered. He did not seem to be surprised. Damn it! After those holy venerables came out, they all roared at the sky. Open it quickly. We want to enter the Qingshan world. These people roared crazily. The leader of the Qingshan clan shook his head. It could only be open once. Everyone should wait for the next time. Those people were so angry that they vomited blood. There were still people they wanted to kill inside. They did not believe that they would not come out. These people began to wait patiently. The surrounding people whispered. Some experts sensed that the 9 holy venerables' condition did not seem good. At the very least, their qi and blood were somewhat withered. They did not know what had happened to make the 9 holy venerables suffer. Time slowly passed. Many people were teleported out. When Mo Xiu Yuquan and the others were teleported out, more and more screams rang out. Finally, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were teleported out. Everyone seemed to have come out. The eyes of those holy venerables were like stars as they began to search everywhere. Chapter 4091. Damn it, there was no such person. How was that possible? Could it be that the little Taoist was still inside? These people were all stunned. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were also looking around. Where was Big Brother Xian? Murong Qingqing was anxious. Li Hongxiu frowned. She had not come out yet. The people around were also whispering. Did Lin Wuti die in there? That was impossible. What do you know? Let me tell you, something big has happened. Soon the news spread. You mean Lin Wuti defeated Yuquan? Heavens! Is he already on the pilgrim list? The news was like a clap of thunder, shocking the surrounding experts. This was really earth-shattering news. To be honest, they knew that some of the young geniuses were going to make it to the pilgrim list, but they did not expect it to be so fast. And the first to succeed was Lin Wuti. But where was he now? Could he have been killed by the sacred venerables? Many people were whispering. The leader of the Green Hill clan also looked at the 9 sacred venerables. Fellow Taoists, do you know where young Master Lin is? The sacred venerables said. How would we know about that kid? Could it be that you're suspecting that we've made a move? Why would we attack a young junior? Many people's mouths twitched when they heard this. They did not believe it because the sacred venerables of the great desolate mansion did attack him. It was just that they did not succeed. They waited anxiously and found that Lin Xian had not come out. What was going on? Murong Qingqing wanted to go back again, but she was told that she could not. They could only wait here. Maybe he was already dead inside. Yuquan smiled sinisterly. He desperately wanted Lin Xian to die. A person with his personality was too arrogant. It was impossible for him to go far. Wan Jinny snorted. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's strength terrified them. It was good that he was dead. Impossible. How could Lin Gongzi be dead? Qingshan and the others shook their heads in disbelief. Previously, Lin Xian had helped them a lot. They didn't want such a person to fall. Clan leader, let's wait a little longer. Don't close the Green Mountain world yet. The leader of the Green Mountain clan nodded. He didn't want anything to happen to him inside. Just like that, everyone waited for another half a month. As a result, many people left. They felt that Lin Xian would never come out again. At the same time, in the ninth heaven palace of the Sunset Peak, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. His surroundings were still dark. He rubbed his head and felt that he could not differentiate between dream and reality because he had a very, very long dream. Dreaming for 1,000 years. What day is it today? Lin Xian pushed open the door of the palace and walked out. He found that there was no one around. Did they all leave? Lin Xian also walked out. He was about to leave. However, at this moment, he was stunned. My cultivation! He carefully sensed, and in the next moment his eyes widened. Was he at the middle stage of the sixth heaven? Now he had broken through again. From the early stage of the small saint to the middle stage. It was really too unbelievable. He just had a dream and his cultivation broke through? Could it be that a few hundred years had passed? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know because no one could tell him. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to go back. He wanted to find someone to ask how long had passed. When he came out of the Sunset Peak, he found that the Green Mountain world was empty. There were also some natives of the Green Mountain clan and some ordinary people. There were no more powerful saints like him. At this moment, he felt a huge force pushing him out. When he appeared again, he found that he had already left the Green Mountain world. Brother Xian, you finally came out. Murong Qingqing pounced forward and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. She was about to cry. Li Hongxiu also came up. What did he experience? Why did he come out so late? On the other side, Qing Shangyue and the others also came. Lin Xian asked, How long has it been? Kid, are you stupid? You came out 2 months later than us. It's only been 2 months. Lin Xian was shocked. This news also spread out in an instant. Countless figures rushed over. You're not dead yet. After Yuquan sensed it, his face became incomparably ugly. You're not dead? Fine, I'll personally kill you. Wan Jiani snorted coldly. Mo Xiao, Qin Xianer, and the others were also surprised. Yes, is Fong still alive? Master Spirit, Turtle's face was cold. He had lost to this kid in political formation before. He didn't expect him to still be alive. The 9 Saint Venerables also came. Only Lin Wudi came out. Where's that little Taoist? They found that the Green Mountain world was completely closed. The other party didn't appear. What's going on? Let me ask you, have you seen a little Taoist? The Saint Venerable of Wan Jinny walked out and asked coldly. The other Saint Venerables also had cold expressions. Lin Xian said with a smile, What little Taoist? I don't know. Then why did you come out so late? Do I have to listen to you when I come out? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. How dare you? How dare you speak to us in such a tone? These Saint Venerables were unhappy. What? Are you trying to flaunt your seniority in front of me? I won't fall for it. Lin Xian didn't care at all. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, Lin Wudi was too arrogant. He didn't even give face to the Saint Venerables. You're courting death. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. The Saint Venerable of Thunder God walked out. The other Saint Venerables also had cold expressions. What do you want? The elders of the Green Mountain race walked over. The Green Mountain race's leader said, Lin Gongzi is our Green Mountain race's guest. I don't want him to be threatened here. Damn it. The Saint Venerables had ugly expressions. The others were also in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. The Green Mountain race was willing to protect him. At this time, Mo Xiu walked up and said, Elder, I found a problem. When we were at the Clear Moon Lake, we met Lin Wudi. At that time, his array formation skills had already reached perfection, and that little Taoist was also an expert in array formations. Do you think there's a connection between the two? The Saint Venerable of the Yellow Spring Hall's eyes lit up. The other Saint Venerables also said, "Is it true?" Emoshio said, "Of course it's true." Yu Quan was there back then, and more importantly, Master Spirit Turtle was there too. Even with Master Lingue's attainments, he couldn't compare to that kid. He couldn't even compare to 1/10 of that kid. We thought it was strange. What? Master Spirit Turtle couldn't even compare to 1/10 of that kid? The Saint Venerables were stunned. They knew how powerful Master Spirit Turtle's formations were. When they thought about the little Taoist's heaven-defying formations, they almost went crazy. In an instant, countless eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. "Kid, tell us, why are you so powerful? What's your relationship with that little Taoist? Are the two of you the same person?" The surrounding people were confused. Who was that little Taoist? How could he attract so much attention from the Saint Venerables? However, those who knew the situation felt their scalps go numb. They knew that the little Taoist had easily trapped the 9 great sacred sovereigns and had even slapped their faces like crazy. As expected, the news quietly spread, and it spread further and further. The surrounding people were stunned. "You're saying that a Taoist kicked the Saint Venerables and robbed the 9 Saint Venerables? Chang Qianya, who is that? You're saying that he's Lin Wudi?" These people were crazy. Didn't they say that Lin Wudi had just entered the pilgrim list? How could he compete with the 9 Saint Venerables? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect these people to be so smart. They guessed it was him so quickly. However, he would never admit it. He said, "What little Taoist?" "I don't know. Are you trying to frame me? Do you have proof that I'm the little Taoist? So what if my formations are powerful? That Spirit Turtle is only a mid-stage minor saint. What's wrong with my formations being stronger than his? However, you're saying that I trapped the 9 Saint Venerables. Have you seen a minor saint trap 9 Saint Venerables? Have you been struck by lightning?" Indeed, the surrounding people didn't believe it either. Why did it sound like a legend? The sharp-tongued kid made the Saint Venerables go crazy. They had to figure it out. Yu Quan said, "It's simple. We'll know when we capture him and collect his soul." That's right. Saint Venerable Huangming of the Great Desolate Mansion walked out. "Kid, if you're innocent, let us collect your soul." Chapter 4092. As soon as he said that, Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed. Lin Xian also frowned. "Soul search? Who do you think you are? You think you can take my soul? What a joke! Everyone's soul contained endless secrets. How could they let others search and take their souls? Why, are you feeling guilty?" Huang Ming snorted coldly. "I find you more and more suspicious." The Saint Venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion walked up, and so did the Saint Venerables of the Demon City. They also wanted to take his soul. "Humph, don't go too far. Do you really think that the Green Mountain Tribe doesn't exist?" The leader of the Green Mountain Tribe walked over. "I said that Lin Gongzi is our distinguished guest. Whoever dares to touch him will be the enemy of the Green Mountain Tribe." The elders of the Green Mountain Tribe and the others all stood up, emitting a cold aura. The atmosphere between the two sides became more and more tense. The 9 Saint Venerables' expressions were ugly. They didn't act rashly, but they wouldn't give up either. At that moment, Emoshio said, "Elder, you don't want me to fight, right?" As soon as he said that, he attracted the attention of countless people. Emoshio said, "He's already on the pilgrim list. It's not too much for me to fight him. Lin Wudi, do you dare to fight with me? If you lose, be a good boy and let us take your soul." Was there going to be another battle? And it was a battle on the pilgrim list. Everyone became excited. They didn't see the battle between Lin Xian and Yu Quan, which disappointed them greatly. However, now that they could see the battle between Emoshio and Lin Xian, they felt that it was worth it to come here. "What do you think? Kid, do you dare to fight me?" Emoshio looked as if victory was in his hands. Lin Xian said, "What if you lose? What do you plan to do?" "Humph, I can't lose." Seeing Lin Xian's contemptuous smile, Mo Xiu gritted his teeth and said, "If I lose, I'll let you go. How about that?" "You won and lost, but you didn't take any loss. How could there be such a thing in the world? I won't participate in such a battle. You don't dare? Fine, if I lose, I'll let you take my soul." Seeing that the other party was unwilling to accept his request, Mo Xiu said such words. "What's the point of taking your soul?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "If you want to fight me, sure. If I lose, I'll let you collect my soul. If you lose, you die. What do you think? Do you dare?" When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Losing meant death. Mo Xiu's expression also changed. "Brat, don't go overboard." "Exactly." The saints of the Acheron Hall roared in anger. This was unfair. Lin Xian smiled. "Fairness? What fairness? You guys are the ones who are begging pretty face to fight me. If you guys aren't willing, then forget it. I don't want to fight with you." The people of the Acheron Hall were so angry that they vomited blood. Even the holy venerate of the Acheron Hall had an ugly expression. Indeed, they were the ones who started this battle. The other party didn't want to fight in the first place. If the conditions were fair, why would the other party make a move? "Bet with him. I don't believe he can beat you." "What?" Mo Xiu was somewhat hesitant. The Lord said, "Why? You don't trust me?" "I know." Mo Xiu nodded. Indeed, what was he worried about? His strength was higher than Yu Quan's. How could he lose to the other party? And even if he lost, so what? If he lost, he still had the holy venerate on his side who could save his life. Could the other party kill him in the hands of the holy venerate? In other words, he wouldn't be in any danger if he lost. Thinking of this, he smiled. "Good boy, I'll do as you wish." The surrounding people were in an uproar. Were they really going to make a big bet? Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Words are no guarantee. Let's sign the life and death contract." He waved his hand, and the endless ground formed a stone tablet. Lin Xian wrote down the conditions and then signed his name. He looked at Mo Xiu and said, "Write your name with blood." "Humph! You still can't escape after playing so many tricks." Mo Xiu snorted coldly. Since he had already decided, he did not hesitate. He bit his finger and wrote his name with blood. Lin Xian handed the stone tablet to the leader of the Green Hill tribe and said, "Senior, keep it for me in case they go back on their words later." "All right, Lin Wudi, the life and death contract have been signed. Let's start." "As you wish." Lin Xian walked out. When the people of the Green Hill tribe saw this scene, they knew that they couldn't stop it. So he said, "Come with me. Everyone, please follow me. We have a specialized ancient arena." The group of people walked toward the ancient arena in a grandiose manner. Countless discussions sounded. They were all talking about who would win and who would lose. Yu Quan gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he knew that Mo Xiu's strength was above his. Wan Jinni and the others thought the same. On the other side, Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu said, "Brother Xian, is there no problem?" Lin Xian nodded. There was no problem. There was no suspense in this battle. Before breaking through, he could defeat Yu Quan. Now that he had broken through, he could. Even if Mo Xiu was stronger than Yu Quan, he didn't care. Not long after, they arrived at the ancient arena. The surrounding people were watching. Lin Xian and Mo Xiu stood up. The ancient arena shone brightly, enough to support their battle. "Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you're my opponent after defeating Yu Quan? You don't understand the pilgrim roll. Every ranking on the pilgrim help roll has a huge difference in strength. My ranking is higher than Yu Quan's. You're no match for me. More importantly, I've also found some incredible treasures in the Green Hill world. Do you think I didn't get anything?" He snorted coldly as he said this. The law of yellow spring surged from his body, and a violent and terrifying aura spread out. The surrounding people trembled when they were swept by the aura. What a terrifying aura! Yu Quan's pupils shrunk. This aura is very close to the late minor saint realm. His cultivation base has improved. It seems like he won't be long from breaking through. He was really envious. The others were also screaming. Yu Quan's strength was much stronger than when he had entered. Very good. The saint venerable of the Yellow Spring. Hall smiled. Let's see how Yu Quan will die this time. Not good. Morom Qingchen. Li Hongxiu became nervous. Qing Shanyu and the others were also worried. Even the people of Qing Shanwu were frowning. They decided that no matter what the result of this battle was, they had to save Lin Xian's life. Kid, how are you? Are you feeling desperate? I'm only a step away from the late minor saint realm. What do you have to fight with me? Mo Xiu laughed proudly. Is this the reason why you're so arrogant? You're really pitiful. Do you think you're the only one who broke through? Lin Xian took a step forward and unleashed his power, which also swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were stunned at first. Then they screamed wildly. Mid-minor saint? Lin Wudi is already a mid-minor saint? That was impossible. Wasn't he an early minor saint when he entered? He actually broke through in there. Countless screams resounded. What kind of fortune did he get? How is this possible? Mo Xiu's pupils shrunk. He thought he had gotten enough fortune. Who would have thought that Lin Xian got more than him? Lin Xian actually broke through? Wan Jinni and the others frowned. If they didn't remember wrongly, Lin Xian was just a fifth heavenly saint when they first met. But now, Lin Xian was already a mid-minor saint after such a short period of time. This was really unbelievable. His cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 4093. That's great. Brother Xian's cultivation base has broken through. Morom Qingchen. They heaved a sigh of relief. The people of Green Hill Clan smiled. Lin Xian sneered. Do you still think you're my opponent? Kid, don't be too arrogant. So what if you've broken through? My strength is not something you can imagine. At this point, Mo Xiu roared angrily. With a slap, the boundless laws of the Yellow Springs surged, turning into a giant Yellow Springs python that charged forward. The void kept shattering and countless people screamed. The Yellow Spring python instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand. The 5 elemental law intertwined, forming a 5 elemental mountain in front of him. The two collided, and the terrifying power intertwined. The terrifying sound was like 10,000 claps of thunder. The pupils of the people who were watching the battle instantly shrank. So strong! These two people were really too strong, far surpassing them. What made them even more shocked was that Mo Xiu's attack was easily blocked by Lin Xian. It was really unbelievable. I didn't believe it when I heard that Lin Xian defeated Yu Quan. Now, it seems that I really believe it. It seems that Lin Wudi has grown to such a terrifying extent. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. However, the faces of the people of Yellow Spring Palace darkened. They began to worry about Mo Xiu. This was something that had never happened before. Humph! Looking at the surging Yellow Spring Law, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Mo Xiu, let me have a taste of your Yellow Springs Hall's ultimate techniques. Saying that, he suddenly waved his hand. The terrifying light and the 5 elemental law suddenly surged. It directly suppressed the Yellow Spring python. Boom! 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 The vast 5 elemental law surged between heaven and earth as if it could suppress everything. Even the little saints of the older generation sucked in a cold breath when they sensed the aura. On the opposite side, Mo Xiu also frowned. It seemed that the strength of the opponent had really increased. Compared to the last time they met, it was much stronger. Humph! But very quickly he snorted coldly, and a wisp of piercingly cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He would not let the other party walk out alive today. With a stomp of his foot, endless Yellow Springs water surged beneath his feet, forming the Yellow Springs' monstrous beast, roaring around. The scene was incomparably spectacular. The rift cracked open as a terrifying forest of bones crawled out from it. "I am in charge of the Yellow Springs. What can you use to fight me?" Emo Shio snorted coldly. The light in his eyes became even brighter. Forming hand seals, the skeletal creatures let out heaven-shaking roars. The surrounding water of the Yellow Springs also gathered madly, forming a Yellow Spring spear. Blood dripped from the spear, making people want to vomit. The aura above was too terrifying, causing the surrounding people to scream. This was the Yellow Springs' ultimate technique. It seemed that the ink cultivator was really planning to end the battle quickly. He was not holding back at all. Wong. As Emo Shio's palm fell, the terrifying Yellow Spring spear also pierced down. The surrounding void continued to shatter. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The Yellow Spring water above could corrode everything. "The law of Sunday, Lin," Xian roared angrily. Endless law of sun surged, forming one golden crow after another at his fingertips. With terrifying divine fire, they flew into the sky and collided with the Yellow Spring's spear. Boom! 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 A terrifying sound rang out, and the law fragments spread out in all directions. The void in the arena was shattered. Fortunately, the ancient defensive array in the arena allowed people to watch the battle safely. Otherwise, many people would have been smashed to pieces by the aftermath of the energy. Emo Shio's face turned cold when he saw the Yellow Springs spear blocked by his opponent. However, his hand movements did not slow down at all. After the first Yellow Springs spear, the second and third Yellow Springs spear quickly formed. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Yellow Springs spears enveloped the arena. They were densely packed, as if opening a passage to hell. Each Yellow Springs spear could easily kill a small saint. With so many of them descending together, it was really powerful to the extreme. The surrounding saints felt their scalps go numb. They were afraid that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to withstand such an attack. Was this the strength of the geniuses on the pilgrim list? There were not many people below the Saint Venerables who could contend against them. This Emo Shio was not a true late small saint, but he was already so terrifying. No one knew how terrifying the power of a true late small saint like one Jenny and Chao Tiansheng would be once they unleashed their full strength. Would they be able to contend against Saint Venerables? Destroy! On the arena, Emo Shio roared. Countless Yellow Springs spears fell from the sky. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and heaven and earth lost their color. Nothing could stop it. Even the arena was trembling violently. Not good. Qing Shanyue and the others were already pale with fright when they saw the scene. Even Murong Qingxing and Li Hongxiu were extremely nervous. Such an attack was enough to threaten anyone. Lin Xian's face was also pale. Facing such a violent attack, he snorted coldly and moved quickly. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he waved his fists and attacked rapidly. Nine Suns' divine fist. He continuously threw out thousands of fists. Each of his fists seemed to have turned into a sun. From the ground to the sky, they clashed with the Yellow Springs spears that filled the sky. Boom! 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 Terrifying sounds rang out continuously, causing the crowd to tremble. Not good. Quickly seal your hearing. Some of the weaker saints quickly sealed their hearing. Otherwise, the continuous rumbling would cause them to bleed and explode. The experts of the older generation were also shocked. The collision lasted for a long time. The front was shrouded by various kinds of energy, making it impossible to see clearly. Only the rumbling sounds could be heard. Wan Jianyi, Yu Quan, Qin Xianer, and the others were frowning. They were powerful enough to see through the light of the laws and see the battle inside. This was also the reason why they were frowning. They could see that Emo Shio did not have the upper hand. Lin Xian had completely blocked the underworld spear, which was worth over 10 million. The rumbling lasted for a long time before it slowly dissipated. When the crowd saw the phenomenon disappear, they were stunned. They knew that Lin Xian had completely blocked it. Lin Xian sneered. "Is that all you have? You can't get any better? If that's all, you can die in peace. Kid, you're too arrogant. I was just testing you." Mo Xiu's expression was cold. In the next moment, the Yellow Springs law on his body intertwined again, forming the Yellow Springs diagram. The aura on his body became even more terrifying. Boom! The Yellow Springs diagram continued to expand, enveloping the entire arena. A ghastly energy began to spread through the air. The surrounding people could not see it. They could only see the Yellow Springs water. Many people gasped. Could it be the Yellow Springs sacred region? Chapter 4094. Then wouldn't Lin Wuti be in danger? Cries of surprise could be heard once again. Lin Xian also frowned. He felt that his 9 yang divine fire, sun law, and divine body were all suppressed. The surrounding aura made him extremely uncomfortable. Whoosh! Mo Xiu walked over on the Yellow Springs water. "How is it? Do you feel the suppression? This is my Yellow Springs sacred realm. I am the ruler here. Your laws have been suppressed by me. You are no match for me. Is that so? Then I will break your Yellow Springs diagram." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He blasted upwards. He directly destroyed a part of the world. The Yellow Springs water nearby exploded. However, only the Yellow Springs water was swallowed, but no light was revealed. "Useless brat, do you think this is a simple Yellow Springs diagram? You are too laughable. This is a sacred artifact. Do you think I am not prepared to deal with you?" The people outside also exclaimed. What was going on? Could they not see it? Most people could not see the situation inside. It should not be. The older generation figures were also puzzled. At this moment, Qin Xianer exclaimed. It was not an ordinary Yellow Springs diagram. He used a sacred artifact. Could it be the legendary Yellow Springs gourd? When these words were said, many people exclaimed. The Yellow Springs gourd was a very terrifying treasure of heaven and earth. Legend had it that the gourd grew in the Yellow Springs. It was very strange. The gourd itself was a powerful weapon. It was said that the gourd contained the Yellow Springs diagram. This kind of Yellow Springs gourd was very rare. Only the Yellow Springs Hall could obtain it. Even in the Yellow Springs Hall, there were only a few. They did not expect Mo Xiu to have one. Moreover, he was using it now. Damn it. Li Hongxiu gritted her teeth. Too despicable. Murong Qingqing also said that if Brother Xian was in any danger, he would definitely not let the Yellow Springs Hall go. Humph. The Yellow Springs Hall saint sneered. The two of them had signed the life and death agreement. Their lives were up to fate. What were they worried about? Lin Wuti naturally dared to fight. He had to be prepared to be killed. But don't worry. Mo Xiu knew what he was doing. He would not kill Lin Wuti directly. He would cripple that brat and then take his soul to see if he was really that little Taoist. If he is, I will personally torture him for 10,000 years so that he will never be reincarnated. This killing intent shook the heavens and earth, causing everyone to want to kneel down and worship it. What should he do? Was the patriarch going to make a move? The leader of the Green Mountain tribe also frowned. The eyes of the chief of Green Mountain flickered. He is a holy venerate and can see through everything. He said that there is no rush and that there is no need for us to take action for now. He could see the situation inside. Inside, Mo Xiu had a smug smile on his face. In his opinion, Lin Xian should have been terrified or even begging for mercy, but he didn't. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth also curled up into a smile. A saint artifact? Sure enough, he had some tricks up his sleeve, but it was too despicable. Do you think that by trapping me here, you can succeed and defeat me? You are too naive. That's good too. Outsiders won't be able to easily interfere with the Yellow Springs Life Saint artifact. If I kill you, your elders won't be able to stop me. Hearing those arrogant words, Emo Shio's face darkened completely. You are still so stubborn even when you are about to die. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of being sealed by a saint artifact at all because he had full confidence in his own strength. Moreover, he also wanted to see how strong he was after his cultivation breakthrough. Buzz. Thinking of this, a piercing cold light appeared in his eyes. The sun law on his body disappeared and was replaced by a pitch-black law, the law of death. Did Emo Shio think that he could suppress him just because he was cold? What a joke. He had Tai Chi, the combination of yin and yang. He wasn't afraid of fighting in any situation. Emo Shio on the other side was also on the move. Endless yellow runes spread out from his body and covered it. An extremely cold aura was emitted from his body. Yellow Spring's body. This was a terrifying physique. Obviously, Emo Shio also cultivated a special physique. This was not innate, but something that was cultivated later in life. For example, Lin Xian's Nine-Yang Divine Physique. However, the Nine-Yang Divine Physique was strong and firm, while the Yellow Spring's body should be cold. Kid, it's time to show you the power of my Yellow Spring's body. After using the Yellow Spring's body, Emo Shio felt an endless power. Like a demon, he smiled coldly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Yellow Spring's body? It seems that you also have a special physique. However, you are no match for the divine physique. Therefore, I can kill you with the law of death alone. The law of death in Lin Xian's hand condensed into the death demon blade. A terrifying aura of death spread out and collided with the law of death. It formed a thunderous sound. Feeling the law of death, Emo Shio frowned slightly. To be honest, although they were both cold energy, the law of death was indeed unique. He felt the vitality in his body being drained. Emo Shio shouted coldly. The Yellow Spring's body completely erupted and blocked the law of death. It's useless. The law of death can't beat my law of death. As he spoke, his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Lin Xian. He raised his right leg and swept it out, wanting to kick Lin Xian into two. The void was instantly shattered by the kick. Lin Xian's clothes were also trembling nonstop. Lin Xian was surprised. Emo Shio's speed was so fast that it was close to teleportation. However, he knew that Emo Shio didn't know any spatial divine ability. The reason why Emo Shio was so fast was because this was the Yellow Spring's body. Emo Shio could fuse with the Yellow Spring's body to appear in any place quickly. While thinking, he swung his saber. The terrifying death demon blade was draped over Emo Shio's leg. It forced Emo Shio back. Sparks flew and cracks spread all over. Emo Shio felt that his entire leg was numb. However, he was after all a top genius who had fought with late minor saints countless times. He could be said to be very experienced. After his attack failed, he clawed at Emo Shio. Along with his claw, the Yellow Spring's body above him cracked, and a huge white bone claw descended. It merged with Emo Shio's claw. Its power skyrocketed. Even a late minor saint wouldn't dare to resist. Buzz. Lin Xian relied on his super strong physique and threw out a punch. Then the two quickly exchanged blows. Every blow was earth-shattering, making one's scalp tingle. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 100 blows. The surrounding void was completely shattered and couldn't heal at all. Damn it. Emo Shio's face turned a little ugly. He took out the Yellow Spring's gourd and used the Yellow Spring's body. This showed that he wanted to end the battle quickly. However, after more than 100 blows, not only did he not do anything to Emo Shio, but his whole body was also numb. His movements weren't as fast as before. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if the battle continued. How could it be? This was his territory. Damn brat, you've completely angered me. Go to hell. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palms. The yellow springs, gourd, rolled violently. It intertwined and formed a small yellow springs diagram. Rumor had it that the yellow springs gourd grew in the yellow springs hell and could form the yellow springs Tao diagram. Obviously, this was the yellow springs Tao diagram. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. This was already enough to threaten his physique. This yellow springs gourd was indeed too extraordinary. He didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, he used the space divine ability and dodged instantly. Buzz! In the next moment, he appeared outside the yellow springs gourd. Did he come out? Countless people screamed. What was going on? Wasn't the yellow springs gourd super powerful? Couldn't he come out? Could it be that Lin Wuti had broken the yellow springs gourd? Many people screamed. The Saint Venerable of the Yellow Springs Hall also frowned. At this moment, Gu Feng snorted coldly. The space divine ability, void escape. Damn it, this is a space divine ability. Chapter 4095. What? Space divine ability? Hearing this, the surrounding people screamed. Lin Wuti actually knew space divine ability? Wait, Gu Feng's pupils shrank. He remembered that the one who knew space divine ability was that little Taoist. Why did Lin Wuti know it too? Could it be that Lin Wuti was that little Taoist? The others also reacted, especially the Saint Venerables. They did not hide the killing intent in their eyes. Damn brat, I will kill you with my own hands. Saint Venerable Huangming and the Saint Venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were furious. Oh no! Is the Saint Venerable going to intervene? The people of the Green Hill clan were also very nervous. The Green Hill clan leader was ready to attack. Lin Xian sneered. Old thing, don't you know the rules? Brat, you are that little Taoist. Stop hiding. Who told you that? Who said that I came out with space divine ability? That was clearly a space divine ability. Otherwise, how could you come out? Gu Feng also said coldly. He also hoped that Lin Wuti would be killed. He did not want the Gu clan's divine ability to be in the hands of outsiders. Look at what that is. Lin Xian pointed at the yellow spring gourd. Everyone looked carefully. At first, they did not feel anything, but in the next moment, their pupils shrank. They realized that a crack had appeared on the yellow spring gourd. Then a huge crack appeared. Endless yellow spring water soared into the sky. How could it be? The gourd was broken. Could it be that it was not a space divine ability? In an instant, many people looked at Gu Feng. Gu Feng snorted and did not say anything. He knew that Lin Wuti was trying his best to hide it. It was useless for him to say anything. The people of the Akron Hall were even more shocked. Was the yellow spring gourd broken? How could it be? That was an extremely terrifying divine artifact. And it was a divine artifact that was nurtured by the heavens. Lin Xian snorted. He had already expected that he would be recognized when he used the void escape. Therefore, he directly used the great dragon sword soul to create a crack. In this way, even if the other party suspected him, they would have no evidence. Sure enough, the Saint Venerables of the Akron Hall looked gloomy. Saint Venerable Huangming and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's Saint Venerables did not make a move. Murong Qingqing and the others were relieved. Within the yellow spring gourd, Mo Xiu's expression had indeed turned incomparably ugly. The other party had actually cut open his gourd. Damn it! With a roar, he rushed out of the crack. They quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The two of them fought again. This time the people around them saw it. Of course, they only saw a blurry image. Oh my god, Mo Xiu was actually fighting Lin Wuti in close combat. Didn't Lin Wuti have a divine body? Mo Xiu actually also cultivated the physique. Yellow Spring's body. Mo Xiu's physique was the Yellow Spring's physique, which was extremely cold. I wonder which of these two physiques is stronger. Everyone was talking about it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's time to end this. You're just as a... He felt that Mo Xiu's strength was strong, but it was also not that strong. Compared to Wan Jinny, there was still a gap. After all, there was a gap of 1 level between them, so he was completely capable of dealing with it now. In the next moment, he activated the 9-yang divine body and used the Taiji diagram. He attacked with all his might. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two great physiques was incomparable, shaking heaven and earth. The surrounding people were also trembling when they saw this. After hundreds of moves, Lin Xian broke Emo Xiu's arm with a punch. The Yellow Springs body was broken. Emo Xiu retreated and screamed crazily. Blood flowed, mixed with the Yellow Springs water, and it was abnormally ferocious. I've said it before, you're not my match. There's only one outcome for challenging me, and that is death. How is that possible? The people from the Yellow Springs Hall were stunned. Was the Yellow Springs body broken? Their expressions were ugly. What kind of physique did the other party have? Emo Xiu stood up from the Yellow Springs water. The endless Yellow Springs water repaired his body, but his expression was incomparably cold. He had lost to the other party. He would not lose this battle. In the next moment, he waved his hand and pulled out a weapon from the Yellow Springs gourd. It was his weapon, the Yellow Springs trident. The Yellow Springs trident was incomparably black. When the attack landed, it was like a huge mountain pressing down. The front of the Yellow Springs trident was like a huge mountain. The 3 demons were constantly growing. Then they turned into a black dragon and pressed forward. It could be hard or soft. It was really a super powerful sacred artifact. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The black light was like a whip, instantly entangling Lin Xian. Die! With a roar, he crazily used his strength and immediately enveloped Lin Xian's body. It was a success. The people from the Yellow Springs Hall cheered, while the others gasped. However, some top experts frowned. Emo Xiu also frowned because he realized that it was only yin and yang qi. Was it a clone? That's right. Lin Xian walked out from the other side. At this moment, in addition to the laws, there was sword qi on his body, and in his hand, 36 golden sword shadows were circling. 36 golden battle swords were scattered in all directions, completely enveloping Emo Xiu. What was that? Tianya, he actually managed to refine this thing. He dared to use it. Wasn't he afraid of being hunted down by the Golden Crow clan? Was there a lack of people chasing after Lin Wuti? This kid probably didn't care at all. Exclamations sounded one after another, but everyone knew that this was a very terrifying sword formation. Kill! Emo Xiu felt the biting cold aura brought by the sword qi and didn't dare to be careless. He rushed over, and the Yellow Springs Dao diagram also followed, constantly attacking. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Tai Chi diagram circled around him, constantly colliding with the Yellow Springs Dao diagram. The 36 swords charged towards Emo Xiu. These 36 battle swords were like fish in water in Lin Xian's hands. The laws of the sword erupted, and like 36 divine swords, pierced through everything. Emo Xiu fought with it, but he was instantly suppressed. Not long after, one of his arms was cut off. Ah! Emo Xiu roared, and the surrounding Yellow Springs water instantly repaired it. But after 3 moves, he was split in half by a sword. Then his split body was pierced by the other battle swords. A miserable cry sounded, and Emo Xiu escaped into the Yellow Springs water. But it was still useless. The gap was too big. If Lin Xian hadn't broken through before, it might be very troublesome. But after his breakthrough, his strength had increased greatly. It was no problem for him to defeat Emo Xiu. As expected, Emo Xiu was beaten miserably. The scalps of the others went numb. They knew that Emo Xiu was done for. Another expert on the pilgrim rankings had been defeated by Lin Xian. How was it possible? How did he become so powerful? Yu Quan's body trembled when he saw this scene. He had wanted to take revenge before, but after seeing Emo Xiu's condition, he didn't even dare to think about it. Qin Xianer's face was also full of shock. She was stronger than Emo Xiu. However, She hadn't really become a late small saint. If she fought with him, would she have a chance of winning? After thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. Because he had used a charm technique before, and Emo Xiao didn't seem to fall for it. Could it be that only Wan Jinyi and Chao Tianchen could suppress him? How long had it been? How had he grown to this extent? One had to know that when they were on planet Tianming, they didn't take him seriously at all. In their opinion, if he wanted to break into the pilgrim rankings, it would take at least 300 years, or even 500 years. But in such a short time, not only did he enter the pilgrim rankings, but he also defeated 2 experts on the pilgrim rankings. Chapter 4096. Damn it. The Netherworld Hall's Saint Venerable's expression became extremely ugly. To be honest, he never thought that Emo Xiao would lose. Moreover, he would lose to Lin Xian, ruining his previous plan. Emo Xiao, come back. He shouted coldly, not willing to let Emo Xiao embarrass himself anymore, because Emo Xiao was indeed very miserable now. Hearing this, Emo Xiao wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian's sword missed and blocked his way. You want to escape? Damn brat, how dare you stop me? Emo Xiao screamed crazily. The people of Netherworld Hall also roared. Let go of our young master, or you're dead. Are you guys crazy? He had signed a life and death agreement. If he lost, he would die. The life and death deal was still there. Lin Xian pointed into the distance and said. Then he controlled the 36 Heavenly Dipper swords with all his strength and attacked crazily. Ah! Emo Xiao's body was instantly cut into pieces. He screamed in fear. Elder, save me. I'm really scared. The surrounding people were also stunned. Is Lin Wudy going to kill him? Brat, the Netherworld Hall's Saint Venerable was completely enraged. He would not allow Emo Xiao to be killed. Therefore, a large hand swept across the sky, directly enveloping the entire ancient arena. Fellow Taoist, you've crossed the line. The Qingshan martial clan's patriarch also snorted and punched out, blocking the terrifying palm. Qingshan martial clan, how dare you stop me? Do you want to go against Netherworld Hall? Emo Xiao's situation was getting worse and worse. He could not help but roar. The Qingshan martial clan's patriarch laughed. How would I dare to go against Netherworld Hall? However, we had a life and death agreement, so I hope you won't interfere. Humph. What life and death agreement? I only know that Emo Xiao is not on time today. He did not care at all and directly attacked. This time he attacked with all his strength. He even took out his sacred weapon and broke through the defensive array below. Emo Xiao, run! Emo Xiao saw this scene and fled crazily. Lin Xian laughed. How shameless! A dignified Saint Venerable is actually so shameless. Your Netherworld Hall's face is completely lost because of you. Brat, do you really think I don't dare to make a move? I'll teach you a lesson today. His other hand reached out to grab Lin Xian. Lin Xian instantly used Void Escape and appeared in another location. At the same time, another 12 swords split open Emo Xiao's body, which had just healed. Void Escape. This time it was a spatial divine ability. At this time, Gu Feng roared. The other saint sovereigns heard this, and their eyes turned red. You really are that little Taoist. Damn it, I'll make you wish you were dead. Holy Sovereign Huang Ming stepped forward. The myriad sword grid Saint Venerables, the Thunder God City's Saint Venerables, and all the other Saint Venerables surrounded Lin Xian. The people around him almost fainted. Did Lin Wudy provoke so many holy sages? Heavens, I'm afraid I'm definitely going to die this time. Not good. The Green Mountain Race's expression changed drastically. They could fight against 1 or 2 Saint Venerables. However, when the 9 Saint Venerables joined forces, it was still a huge pressure for them. It would be very difficult for them to protect Lin Xian. That's right, it's me. How was it? Did it feel good to be slapped in the face by me earlier on? Holy Sovereign Huangming, your head is really suitable to be a chair. And you, Myriad Sword Sect, thank you for your treasures. Lin Xian looked around and burst out laughing. This scene had the 9 Saint Venerables so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it! They had been slapped in the face by the other party for an entire month. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. No matter who comes today, I'm going to kill you. Holy Sovereign Huangming was the first to strike. He was the one who had been tortured the most. Therefore, he had to kill the other party at all costs. The myriad sword sect's Saint Venerables followed closely behind. He wanted to take back the myriad sword sect. The 2 Saint Venerables struck out instantly. Their auras were extremely strong. At this moment, the Green Mountain Race's clan leader roared out and slapped out with both hands. The terrifying palm spread out, and the aura caused everyone to retreat frantically. Even Myriad Sword and the others retreated quickly, not daring to fight back. With so many Saint Venerables striking together, they could definitely destroy everything. Boom! Boom! The Green Mountain Race's clan leader was very strong. He managed to block the 2 attacks by himself. The Saint Venerables of the Great Desolate Mansion and Myriad Sword sect were forced to retreat. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Humph! How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? Do you really think that the Green Mountain Race is easy to bully? The Green Mountain Race's clan leader said coldly. The surrounding Saint Venerables of the sacred city were stunned when they saw this scene. The Green Mountain Race's clan leader was too powerful. Could the Green Mountain Race's clan leader be a mid-stage or late-stage Saint Venerable? They were really shocked. Holy Sovereign Huangming and the Myriad Sword sect's Saint Venerables had cold expressions. They were emitting shocking killing intent. Everyone, let's join hands. The other 7 Saint Venerables nodded. Even Grandmaster Spirit Turtle stood out. The 10 of them stood in the air like 10 gods of war. This brat will definitely die today. Humph! Don't dig your own grave. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The people of the Green Mountain Race trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Their clan leader was indeed powerful. However, when faced with 9 sacred venerables and a formation master, would he be able to contend against them? Even if they had other saint venerables, was it necessary to fall out with so many sacred cities for Lin Xian? Let's do it. The 3 of us will stop the Green Mountain Race's clan leader. The rest of you, capture that brat and tear him to pieces. A formation instantly formed between heaven and earth, enveloping the Green Mountain Race's clan leader. Saint White and the Demon City's Saint Venerables attacked, casting terrifying spells that enveloped the Green Mountain Race's clan leader. The other Saint Venerables rushed toward Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to rush over, but just the combined power of the Saint Venerables made it impossible for them to get close. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He did not expect these Saint Venerables to be so despicable. They were actually so despicable as to team up. Now, he could only use the Grand Sage Tower to defend himself. Moreover, if he was really forced into a corner, he would use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to kill these Saint Venerables. However, if he did that, the price would be very high. After all, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was a bottomless pit. It absorbed too much energy and could not control it well. It would probably suck him dry. However, he could not care less about the current situation. His eyes shone with an extremely shocking light. He formed a seal with his palm, wanting to summon the Grand Sage Tower. However, at that moment, a voice sounded, who said that the Green Mountain Race was digging our own grave. Following that, a terrifying aura spread out, instantly enveloping the entire world. What a terrifying aura! The surrounding saints' expressions changed. Juan, Jenny, Qin Xianer, and the others looked into the distance in fear. They looked in the direction of the Green Mountain Race. Did the Green Mountain Race still have hidden experts? They felt that the aura seemed to have surpassed that of a Saint Venerable. The 9 Saint Venerables' expressions also changed. They were shocked. That's impossible. That aura? How was that possible? Their bodies began to tremble. Chapter 4097. This aura that suddenly appeared was really too terrifying, so much so that it alarmed everyone. Even the 9 Saint Venerables were stunned. In the next moment, they felt the scene around them change drastically. There was an extremely terrifying sword light that split their divine abilities apart. They retreated frantically. In the next moment, they felt as if they had died thousands of times. But when they came back to their senses, nothing had happened. Their backs were already wet with sweat. What happened just now? Was it an illusion? Such a terrifying illusion technique. Just as everyone was shocked, an 8 or 9-year-old youth walked out from the depths of the Green Mountain Foot, who said that the Green Mountain clan was digging their own grave. The youth said indifferently. His voice was a little immature. Everyone was stunned. Even the patriarch of the Green Mountain clan couldn't fight against the 9 Saint Venerables. Could a young boy do it? The youth looked at Saint Venerable Huangming. Is that you? A strange light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, Saint Venerable Huang Ming's body suddenly trembled. He actually knelt down with a plop and kept trembling. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. A Saint Venerable actually knelt down to a youth, and he could make him kneel with just a glance. What was going on? Even the people of the Qingshan clan were stunned. Wasn't this the young master of their clan? Previously, in order to treat this young master, they had used all kinds of methods. In the end, he was cured by Lin Xian. Since when did the young master of their clan possess such strength? Lin Xian also turned his head. When he saw the young master, his pupils suddenly shrank. The guess in his heart appeared again. Is that you? The young master looked at the Saint Venerable of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The expression of the Saint of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion changed. Countless sword lights slashed out from his body, but in the next moment he crazily crashed into the ground. He looked like he had gone mad. Elders, the saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, seeing the scene, they rushed forward crazily. Soon, they were sent flying by the sword chi of the other party. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The other party only took 2 glances, and one Saint Venerable knelt down while the other went crazy. What kind of method was this? The other 7 Saint Venerables kept retreating. At this time, the Thunder God City's Saint Venerables seemed to have discovered something and screamed crazily. He pointed to the front, unable to speak clearly. The pupils of the 10,000 fiend cities, Holy Venerate, also constricted. You look so much alike. Who are you exactly? Was he the descendant of the Green Mountain Saint King? Or are you the Green Mountain Sage King? Now, they realized that the young man before them looked very similar to the Qingshan Sacred King. Although his age was different, his demeanor could not be hidden at all. They recognized him at a glance. What? Qingshan Saint King. This young man was the Qingshan Holy King. Impossible! The Qingshan Saint King was someone from tens of thousands of years ago. Even the great emperors couldn't have lived for that long. How could he still be alive? Many people felt their minds go blank at this moment. They had all gone crazy. As expected, Lin Xian was also spitting out saliva. He had already guessed this. However, he did not dare to be sure. He did not expect that these holy venerables would discover it as well. Now that you know who I am, do you still dare to behave atrociously in the territory of the Green Mountain clan? The little young master said indifferently. Did he actually admit it? He was really the Qingshan Sacred King. Everyone was shocked. The people of the Green Mountain clan were also stunned. Was this their ancestor? The Green Mountain clan's patriarch seemed to have known it long ago. He looked at the 9 holy venerables. Do you still want to attack Lin Gongzi? If so, don't blame us for being impolite. A cold voice resounded through the world. The 9 holy venerables' expressions became incomparably ugly. A saint king from tens of thousands of years ago had actually walked out alive at this moment. It was really shocking. It seemed that it was impossible to kill Lin Wudi today. If they killed him again, it would be a problem whether they could walk out alive. Immediately, the holy venerate of the Thunder God City said, "We don't dare to. Sorry for disturbing you." The holy venerate of the 10,000 Fiend City instantly soared into the sky. The other holy venerables also left one after another, because this matter was too strange. Wan, Jinny, Gu Feng, Qin Xianer, and the others also felt their hair stand on end. The 9 holy venerables left just like that. Naturally, they did not dare to stay any longer. Mo Xiu also fled. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying ray of light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. He unleashed the great dragon sword soul. It turned into a long rainbow and instantly pierced through Mo Xiu's body, shattering his soul. Ah! With a miserable cry, Mo Xiu's star soul was destroyed. Yu Quan was so shocked that he even trembled in fear. Wan, Jianni, Gu Feng, and the others' pupils shrank. He attacked. The other party actually killed Mo Xiu directly. His soul was destroyed. This method was too ruthless. What was that dragon shadow just now? The holy venerables were also stunned. Among them, the holy venerables of the great desolation mansion roared crazily, "Kid, you're courting death." He wanted to attack, but in the next moment he felt an extremely terrifying aura surging towards him. He fled crazily. The surrounding people were all stunned. A holy venerables fled just like that, not daring to fight back at all. Moreover, Mo Xiu was killed in front of the 9 holy venerables just like that. It was really shocking. The little young master sighed. In the next moment, a dreamy ray of light streaked across the sky and enveloped everyone. Don't leave behind any memories in my dream. He wanted to erase all memories of him. At this point, the eyes of those people turned blank. Even the 9 holy venerables seemed to let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, the ray of light disappeared. The 9 holy venerables were puzzled. What just happened? Damn it, why couldn't they remember? The surrounding people were the same. Even Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu looked confused. The only person who was not affected was the Qingshan clan's clan leader. The other person was Lin Xian. The others did not understand. Although the 9 holy venerables did not understand what was going on, they had a feeling in their hearts that they could not stay in this place for long. This place was really too strange. They quickly retreated. The people of the holy city had also forgotten what had just happened. They did not know about the Qingshan sacred king. However, when they saw the holy venerables leaving, they also fled. In an instant, only a few people were left in the area. The others were from the Qingshan clan. Clan leader, what happened? These people had blank looks on their faces. It's nothing. Those people did not want to go against the Qingshan clan, so they left. All right, let's disperse. The surrounding people dispersed one after another. Lin Gongzi invited him over. The Qingshan clan's clan leader invited Lin Xian over. Lin Xian said to Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, "The 2 of you go to the main hall and wait for me. I have some things to do." After saying that, he left with the clan leader. When he returned to the secret room, the little prince had also returned. The Qingshan clan leader was also in the secret room. There were only the 3 of them. The Qingshan clan leader said, "Lin Gongzi, don't worry. There are layers of formations here and a layer of dreams. No one can investigate this place." The little prince turned around, and a smile appeared on his young face. "You seem to have a lot of questions." Lin Xian nodded. He said, "Senior, are you really the Qingshan sacred king?" "Yes, I am." The little prince nodded. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too inconceivable. It was one thing for him to guess, but it was another thing for the other party to answer it personally. How was that possible? Lin Xian felt that it was unbelievable. One had to know that the Qingshan sacred king was someone from tens of thousands of years ago. A sacred king could not have lived for so long. Do you want to ask me why I am still alive now? Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. This might be the other party's secret, so he did not dare to ask. He did not expect the other party to take the initiative to bring it up. The Qingshan sacred king smiled. No one in this world could live for tens of thousands of years. However, some people could use special methods to continue living.